right as someone starts honking outside my door, my window. Okay. StreamYard says we're live. Does YouTube?
Right.
Yes. Okay. So welcome everyone on screen and in chat. I see Regina is here, Miguel, Kira, and I currently have 4 guests with me. There may be more in the future. I'm not sure. I kind of put it out to everyone who's ever been a co-host on my channel that, hey, I'm doing sprints today. Who wants to join? And Tom has never been on my channel, but I've been on his and his sister's channel twice now. And she's apparently too tired to join, but we have Tom, and he's great. So I'm going to let everyone introduce themselves. We'll start with Sako and go across, and then I don't know if Kelli wants to go after Nia or if Tom wants to go after Nia. Because I don't know how many guests we're going to have, and every guest is picking a tree, we're going to be sticking with shorter sprints. So I think we'll be doing 15-minute sprints after the first 10-minute warm-up. And I have no idea how long this stream is going to go. So if you got to dip at any point on screen, let me know in the private chat so you can do an outro. And if you got to leave as a viewer, just let me know so I can say goodbye to you, because I appreciate everyone being here on a day that I don't normally stream. And with that, Sako, let us know who you are.
Howdy, neighbors. I'm Sako Toomey, also known as Cass Voight. I write horror, and I'm a witch, and I'm a graphic designer, and sometimes I combine those 3 things. So if you are looking to market yourself as an author, you can find me at this YouTube channel, Sako Toomey, Cass Voight. I'd love to see you.
Awesome. Hi, I am Nia, the Vixen of Fiction, here on YouTube and on Twitch. I do live stream sprinting. I make wacky little videos, and I'm currently working on a fantasy novel, a sci-fi novel, and a sci-fi comic to go with my sci-fi novel. So I have been having a lot of fun. I'm relatively new to the YouTube sphere, but I've been having a lot of fun since I've joined, and everybody's been awesome. So that's me.
I'm Tom. I usually co-host with my sister, Glory Writes the Blues, where we talk about storytelling. Right now we're doing, MCU and how we can learn from their movies on how to write better stories. And then occasionally we also do, Awkward Siblings, which is more about autism related issues. We do it every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Ooh, that sounds very interesting.
I've been a guest on both of those types of streams. They're both equally fun.
I just was on one. They have such a good time. Tom is awesome. His takes are spot on. I'm like, yes, Tom, tell us.
He's like, oh, it's a hot thing. I'm like, but I agree with you. So is it hot? Certain people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wait a minute. I'm agreeing.
Well, hot take just means without a whole lot of thought. It's it's not a deep thought. It's just what's this?
Yeah,
like your thought, but yours were so well thought out. So
yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Kelli.
No, you're okay. I'm gonna have to go check you out after everything's done, and I got some free time today. Hello, my name's Kelli. I'm a fantasy writer, domestic goddess, which is a fancy way of saying I'm a stay-at-home mom and a wife, and on occasion I captain the Hot Mess Express. So.
Love it. Yes, so these are my co-hosts for now. Like I mentioned, I might have more in the, later on during the stream. I did not know for sure who is going to be joining me, so no one is linked in the description. That will change once the stream is over, because StreamYard, for some reason, never lets me edit the description during the stream, but some people can. I don't know. But during each sprint, we will have a link up for the person who picked the tree, and then at the end, those links and more will be in the description. And yeah, I think we're going to pop the first forest room code up on screen and the link in the chat so people can join the room. And then if people want to let me know in the comments what you're working on, and people on screen, if you want to say what you're working on this morning or whatever time zone you're in, although I think we're all in the morning. So yeah. I know we're in different time zones, but I believe we're all still in the morning.
Yes.
Popcorn style, let me know what you're working on.
I am somewhere between working on some commission work that like for graphic design and we're actually working on my manuscript. I technically won camp, but anything that I write now is just extra gravy. So do I write extra gravy or do I work on commission work like I'm supposed to?
I don't know, but I love me some gravy if we're just talking food wise here. I'm pregnant, so I'm always hungry. I was like, oh, great. Biscuits and gravy sounds good right now.
Oh, hi, Glory. I see you're in the forest room, which means I'm assuming you're watching. So hello.
Hello.
Yeah, her lizard brain doesn't really start up for a couple hours.
That's okay. When I offered, she was like, one of us will be there, whoever's more awake at the top. And I was like, cool, glad to have you both or either of you. So
Yeah, I'm the morning one.
Cool.
cool.
Ooh. Miss Lena.
Also, feel free to treat any of these as a bio break if you're neurodivergent and can't focus. Like, I call these productivity sprints and writing sprints, but self-care is also productivity and can take a lot of different forms. So as long as you're not taking electronics into like the shower or a bathtub, you don't want to necessarily see anyway.
Yeah.
Isn't that why Samsung phones are waterproof?
That's what I was going to get ready to say. I was like,
I know, but I'm still skeptical. I'm like, I don't want to get electrocuted, and I don't want to like lose my $1,000 phone.
Yeah.
I have dropped my phone in the bathtub before because I also like watch YouTube videos and stuff while I'm relaxing in the tub, and legit, it still works. Everything's still fine. She good. Love androids.
Yeah.
Yeah. My phone would not be so happy with that.
Yay. Yes, I know.
I think I'm not even sure what I'm working on yet because there are notes. I usually do my writing and stuff later, but I was like, I'm going to be up. I might as well. Let's see how this goes. But I've been looking at the Kindle novella because the way I was going to introduce my web comic and the short stories for the novel that I'm writing was exactly like what they're doing, except I was going to do it on one of the other sites. So I'm like, can I just do that on here? So I'm actually been researching to see if that's what I want to do. Because I was going to put it on for free. And I'm like, well, if Kindle novella is going to let me get paid to do it, should I just do that?
Keelan Rivers made a video about it, and then
I watched that.
And then we did a live stream about it that I was part of, where we talked about pros and cons and things like that. And basically, if you're an author right now, the pricing model is great. So get in now before Amazon realizes, hey, like we don't want to pay authors that much.
Which I think is what's going to happen. So
yeah. Oh, it totally is. Okay, we are going to start the first sprint. Actually, no, we're not, because some of my co-hosts who I know oh, I scrolled. Okay, I think everyone who wants to be in it is in it. I see two of my co-hosts and I see people from the chat. So
cool.
We're good.
Awesome.
Gonna put this up.
It me.
All right, because I didn't have my co-host set and the tree's not set, my banners are a little bit more haphazard this time around. So, okay, we are going to start in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. that was the end of our warm-up sprint. How did everyone do?
Starting on commission work, which is going pretty well.
Cool.
Yeah, I just decided on what I'm going to do, so that was good. But I was gone getting myself a drink first, so
Yes.
I'm ready for the next one. Ready.
Yay! People have got to be hydrated, so I understand.
Indeed.
I ended up reaching my 1,000 word count goal for the day.
Nice.
So you're going to be writing gravy for the rest of this stream,
I'm going to be writing gravy for the rest of the stream.
as Sako said.
As I love that that's becoming lexicon.
As someone who absolutely loves gravy, I am also becoming part of the lexicon.
Excellent.
Tom, I saw in the chat that you had gotten some food and then were writing poetry. How is that going?
Oh, you.
Oops, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm still waking up.
Okay.
I think I've got about 6 or 7 stanzas started. So
Nice.
Cool.
Wow. It's more than I could do in 10 minutes. I wrote 2 sentences, and it took me a while because they were something I had thought up right when I was going to sleep, but it was already past midnight, and I was like, I know I'm hosting at 9, but for me to host at 9, I have to wake up at 8, so I'm awake enough by then, and it was just like, I'm not waking up again to write down this little addition, so it took some remembering, but it's good.
I'm glad you could remember it.
Me too. I was like, oh God.
Oh yeah, that's the worst when you get up and you're like, oh man, what was that? It's gone.
Also, you may have noticed that we all shuffled on screen. That is because for every tree that we plant, I'm putting the person who picked it up at the top so that they're not blocked by the banners. But I'll always be blocked by the banner because you see me all the time on this channel. My guests are the ones who are always changing.
Oh, you're such a good host.
Thank you. Okay.
Let me get this.
Next sprint.
Two Y.
I'm about to read it out. I'm also about to pop the.
Sorry, I just like whisper when I.
Oh, no, it's fine. I need to apologize. It is VS2Y33. VS2Y33. The link is in the chat for anyone who is interested. Regina, I need to add this little bit that I added to the Google Doc for you to read. It's a sentence, but still.
I don't.
Amanda came in. Shanice came in. Miguel is about to start writing the first draft
Oh, that's exciting.
of his. Just give me a second. I know it. I just need to remember how to say the words. Cupid and Psyche, French Rococo historical retelling.
Nice.
Yeah, it's so cool. And I think he's just starting his camp because school. So
Yeah.
good luck, Miguel. You got this.
The school year ended for him. I'm incredibly jealous. I have assignments due for like the next 4 weeks, every week, and then I think I have 2 weeks of break because I decided to take summer classes, but only one.
Wow.
Okay.
Little overachiever, you. Look at you go.
More just that it's another class that's going to help me do my capstone project next year, and I'm kind of terrified. So I'm taking a class this semester by one of the teachers who teaches the capstone, and I didn't know that when I took the class. It's just about publishing startups. So I was like, oh, well, we have to create one, so I might as well take this.
Yeah.
You know what to do.
Yeah.
And then there's another class over the summer called From Idea to Empire. And I'm like, well, that's awesome.
That sounds interesting. See, whenever I was going to college, there was nothing interesting like that. Granted, I went to community college, nothing fancy. But like, I remember they were like summer classes, and I'm like, no.
Yeah. Me either.
I mean, to be fair, I'm also in grad school,
Yeah.
all about book publishing. And I mean publishing, because there's also magazine stuff.
Also magazines and stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't take any cool classes like that when I was in college. It was all boring, just history and literature and pre-law, which I do nothing with law anymore at all. So that was a waste of a lot of money.
Oh.
That would be cool in archery class. And I have a cousin who's a lawyer, Nia, and some of his books he was showing me because he's like all nerdy. Sometimes it's adorable, but he was showing me his books, and I was like, I have no idea what any of this means, right? I'm just looking at this because you're very excited, clearly.
Yeah, I probably was like that once. Look at my business law book. It's so cool. No, it's not
Most
to anybody
of my
else.
family is lawyers. There's like, there are basically two branches of, or actually, I mean, they're brothers. So you could say there's 1/3 of my entire family that's all lawyers, minus 2 artists.
Nice.
In one
They
branch.
don't seem-
And then
they-
everywhere else, it's like there are, my mom's brothers are, I always forget what the official title is. Chemical engineers, like my dad, but one's also a patent attorney.
Oh, cool.
Technically a lawyer.
That'd be cool.
And my mom is a psychologist and produces musical theater. And my
That
aunt
explains a lot.
studied psychology, but like never became a psychologist. So, yeah. There's some people who I'm like, I don't really know what your job title is.
My cousin who is the lawyer, he's like, he went to college and did that, and he's like, we live in a small foothill of a mountain, Appalachia. So most of our jobs around here are very blue collar, working class jobs, I guess, like hands on.
We need those. The world needs those. So
Like,
Yes.
I don't need to like. I know that I have a very bougie,
like
but I understand it's from a place of privilege, being adopted into a white family that lives in New York City.
Yeah.
like hearing you explain, I'm like, oh, that's so interesting and that's so cool. And I'm like, I could show you how to like take you down my uncle's shop and we could look at that.
I would rather learn that, honestly. Like I'm interested in like a lot of things. So
Cool.
It's good though. It's good to have a lot of interests.
I think so too. Like I can build a deck. Sometimes I'd rather be building a deck than doing, like I feel like if I was a lawyer now, I wouldn't even, it just doesn't even compute to me anymore.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's how old I am, guys. It's been so long that I'm just like, I can't imagine if I was actually a lawyer right now. I'm a fitness instructor and a stay-at-home mom and all of these cool things. And I draw and I write and I do music, and my kids just think my kids actually think I'm kind of cool, which is weird. But
you are.
I don't think I would be cool if I was. I don't think I would be cool if I was a lawyer.
No, you'd be stressed.
I would be.
Very
Yes.
stressed.
The last 4 years, I think I would be ripping out my hair.
I have a cousin, God bless her, because she's great. But like, I never see her except at Thanksgiving. Like, she exists, obviously, but like as a figment of my imagination for most of for 364 days of every year.
Wow.
Like,
I believe it.
Like, I sometimes see her husband because her husband will be like grew up very close to my mom. My mom grew up very close to her first cousins, kind of as like extra siblings because their moms were like really close as sisters and lived around the block from each other while they were raising their families and stuff. So he'll sometimes just like hit up my mom and be like, hey, like, you want to go and get lunch? Or like, hey, do you and Zara want to go and get lunch? Or like, we'll see him. But like, his wife is always busy. And I'm just like, oh, that poor woman.
Yeah. I remember my mom was super disappointed at first, but somewhere around the 5 or 6 year mark after I was married, she's like, "You're really doing well and really happy." I'm like, "I really am." And now she's just like, it's just the greatest thing. So when my kids tell me what they want to do, I'm like, you do whatever you need to be, and just because you like something, because I like law, like I like watching trials, that doesn't mean I need to be a lawyer. But as a kid, when you're growing up, your parents say, "Oh, she's interested in this." Yes, the future lawyer, judge, politician in the house. And I don't have the temperament for it.
When
I'm interested in it, but no.
I've always been good at making well thought out and well articulated arguments for why I wanted. So people would be like, "Oh, another lawyer," and I was like, "No." From a very young age, I was like, "I am not joining your ranks."
That was like, actually
I don't want to
go to.
I was like, I don't want to do anything after undergrad, and then obviously I'm in grad school now, so haha. But it's for publishing, so at least it's something that I'm happy.
That was one we were doing a couple weeks ago about what are the secrets to anyone in this particular job, and we're still building up more for the next time we do a episode like that. But one of the ones I've noticed, because I worked there for a couple years, was dentists. The way to tell if someone's really wants to be a dentist is, did they love Play-Doh as a kid?
Yeah.
I kid you not. That is what they all have in common. They love Play-Doh. They like making little bits of jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
And
wow,
they're not as and they're not as affected when people look like they're just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're a little psychopathic.
They're a little psychopathic.
I love my dentist though. She's lovely, but I would believe that.
But if you don't enjoy Play-Doh, don't go into dentistry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My dentist is awesome, but I could also believe that, you're a little bit more comfortable about, sticking stuff in people's mouths and them, potentially being in pain at your hands than I would ever be. It's why I write instead.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I will do art to it. That is ever since I was a kid, I was like, I'm gonna draw comics when I grow up, and now I draw comics. So
yes,
I went to art school and everything.
I wish I went to art school. That was not encouraged for me, but my mom is super supportive now.
Aww.
I'm really so far, but I'm way behind the curve. I feel like all these people
you're so ahead of the curve of people who are in a soul-crushing job and don't have the guts to leave because it's all they know.
Yes.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah, that would be.
I definitely feel that way as far as art is concerned. If I were to do anything else, I have experience in nothing else. I would be, if I didn't have work as a graphic designer, I don't know what I would do with myself.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
I got a degree in computer networking and realized that right before the last semester, that it was a degree that puts me into a small room where I never see another person. And I was like, no, I got into this because I wanted to see other people. I will not do well hidden alone.
Yeah.
Aww.
No, that's so sad.
Yeah.
So, then I went into teaching for a bit.
Ooh, I didn't know that about you.
I
wasn't able to finish because of other problems with school, but
sure.
Hmm.
And that's where Glory finished. But yeah, so we share a bunch in common on that. And that's just psychology. We love psychology, hence why we enjoy storytelling.
Right on.
People are so
Yeah,
weird.
I can see that. I can see that. Yes.
Actually, yes. Yes. I had a train of thought and then I lost it. My head's been everywhere this morning. It's been wild. I was going to add to that, but then I was like, squirrel.
Squirrel.
I'm sorry you had to bury your pet, Anya.
Oh.
But we will be planting a lot more trees. So
I don't know why.
In honor of your pet.
My brain to like actually planting, like she was actually going to plant like a little sapling by where she buried.
I mean, that would be really cute, but I don't think that's what.
That was my first thought. I was like, oh, that's so sweet.
Okay, people are in the forest room, and we are going.
Sounds awesome.
3. Ooh, where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. that was the end of that sprint. How did everyone do? I will tell you right now, I did no writing done because I was just writing down everyone's links so that I do the description correctly later.
I'm still working.
Yep, I'm still working too. Images are coming along nicely.
Cool. Are you drawing your characters, or are you doing the comic, or?
Yeah, I'm doing the last. I've got 3 more characters to do for the webcomic, so I'm doing the last 3, and then I'm gonna clean up everybody's bios so that that's all set, and I can have that for people who actually like it and want to go read about the characters. They can go read the bios. Yeah, so. And I'm glad that I actually decided to wait and do all of this extra stuff, because now that I might be switching from going on Wattpad to using Amazon, I'm like, if I'd already put it out on Wattpad, I don't think I could.
You can't. Yeah, it has to be published.
It's like,
and you can't publish something on Kindle, take it down, and then put it on Vella, but you can put something on Vella and then eventually Vella and then put it on normal KDP.
Yeah, so I would have been so mad, but I don't know for sure that that's what I'm going to do. But at least now I have that option and I have the time. So I was like, wow, the timing on them announcing this was like perfect. So
Nice.
So I can actually think about, do I really want to switch over and do this? Yeah, so I just want to finish everything up now and start putting the story out, I guess.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, especially if you're doing it all by yourself.
Yeah, that's what my brother and my son told me. They're like, Mom, you're doing a lot. And my brother said, you need a team. And I'm just like, can I use you as my sounding board for the sci-fi stuff? And he's like, I'll do that for you. But I don't have a team. It's just me. And some of the stuff that I'm doing, my son is like, you did that? I'm like, yeah, I did that.
If you'd like to do a chat sometime about like the easiest and fastest way to like get this down, like I did it for 8 years.
Oh, awesome. Yes.
And like that was a webcomic that went to print. So like I'm sure I could bestow some of my hard-earned knowledge.
Yes, please. I will take it. Yes,
awesome.
Absolutely.
My poem's just going in a totally different direction than I was planning, so I'm not sure what I'm doing now.
Could be a good thing though, right? Is it a good thing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely having its own fun. I'm just like, where are we ending with this? I don't know.
Oh, I loved your poem on the poetry slam. I was like, that is so cool. I love the ending. How do you want your ending? Are you going to see things positively or negatively?
Oh,
that was so cool, Tom. That was really cool.
So I saw Shanice got over a 3-month-long block. So round of applause.
Excellent.
Yes.
And she's working on a subplot now. CB got 41 words. Leah made a grocery list.
That's important.
Lunch. That's important. I ate some breakfast too. So like this wasn't a word sprint for me. Okay. Tom, you know Penumbra's like actual name.
Maggie.
Thank you. I'm like, it starts with an M and I can't remember. Okay. So Maggie has posted a book on Vella already. I don't think Bella's open for readers yet, though. So, like,
no, not yet.
Yeah, I can't like go and read it, but that's cool. I hope it goes well for you. Regina wants to put something on Vella. I don't know. I feel like I don't really write. I mean, I kind of do, because Regina and other people who've read my books can tell you that like my chapters kind of end on cliffhangers, but hopefully not in a manipulative way or too manipulative. Like I want you to read
they're good.
But not like a wow, who saw that coming, that it was going to end abruptly. But so I don't know if my writing would be a good fit for Vella, but maybe. Vella was announced 5 days ago.
Oh,
And it's basically Amazon muscling in on Wattpad's territory,
oh,
and but monetizing it more and in a way that's going to bleed readers dry of their money very, very fast.
That's the only thing I don't like about it. I'm like, oh, I wish that they would give the more to the commission like the Kindle is, where I think it's 70-30, and then lower the price for the consumer. That's the only thing that's annoying me about this, is like, how do I give the reader more without them feeling like, oh, I've got to shell out more coins?
But
That I don't like.
But here's the thing, is that if your chapters are 5,000 words each, which is the max, you're giving them a lot of words for the max number of coins that they'd have to pay anyway. So, like,
yeah,
and
I'm gonna make mine as long as possible.
They're basically paying you for a word anyway, so just write. Radish was first, but Radish was always or maybe not always, but became curated very quickly. Whereas Wattpad is still anyone can upload; just certain people are allowed to monetize theirs. Whereas Vella is anyone can upload, and or if you're in the U.S. right now, they haven't opened it to non-U.S. authors yet, which really pissed off poor Keelan and other Canadian.
Yeah, that would make me
like Desi, who is writing serial fiction. These are 4 serials into a single book, and she's writing the other ones with her co-author Kelsey later this year to start season 2. But like they can't do it yet. I mean, Kelsey is the one who uploads it. So it is different than Radish, and it's different than Wattpad, but it's more like a. Yeah, I don't. We talked about it for like 2 hours on Keelan's stream.
I watched the whole thing. I wish I could have been there live so I could actively ask questions. Like, there's a couple things that I don't like, but for the most part, it's almost exactly what I was going to do with Wattpad while I write the novels. It's the sci-fi novel is a prequel, and the comic is like what their life after the novel. So basically, if you want to go back and find out how they got where they're at now, you go back and read the novel that I'm writing. And I was already writing like this anyway. Like, my channel has a ton of subscribers, and that's what it's from. I would just draw a picture and put up a little short serialized like story, but they were out of order and unorganized. So I took them all down and I told everybody it's coming back, but it's going to be all nice and neat and organized. So I'm like, if I got a following doing that using Wattpad and YouTube in the first place, I should be able to do better if it's all organized. It was just haphazard. It's just one of those things. Oh, on the side, while the kids are having lunch or I'm going to draw this picture and write this quick story, throw it up there. You know what I mean? So I'm like, if I'm actually focused and doing, I don't know, I might jack it all up. Like, maybe the haphazardness is what worked. I don't know. But I'm like, if it's actually organized and in a story form, that should work better. But I was going to do
content. If you've got the content already, then you've got it in the bag.
And I already called them episodes.
Yeah.
So I had already been calling, I'm going to release it in episodes. And so it had already been planned to be that way.
Awesome.
I mean, I think it's great. And I think organizing it is going to be great too. I don't think that's going to like lose any of the magic.
I hope not.
I doubt it. And then also,
like, it was better when it was random.
No. And the nice thing is that at least right now, because it's so new, authors are getting paid 50%.
Whoa.
Yeah. So it's a really good deal for authors. It's less of a good deal for readers, but
because they're paying a little bit more.
Yeah.
Like, they're paying a little bit more, but like since anybody can put up their stuff, like I feel like it's kind of worth it.
By the way, Keelan said that she's always starting to design covers for Bella, and I don't know if you do cover designs. Sako?
I do thriller,
Okay.
so I don't know
Vanilla
about.
covers are 1600 by 1600. It's a square, and it has to be
So like
and
an
it has to be a
audiobook sort of
JPEG.
situation.
Yeah, it has to be a JPEG or a TIFF. So if people start coming to you for that, Sako has a lot on her plate, but everyone could, you know.
Hey man,
more
like
money,
you got a thriller book. If you got a thriller book, like or a
I feel
mystery
like
or
thrillers
something
would
like
work
that.
really well on Vella. You know,
I think so
because of
too.
that.
You're expecting a cliffhanger at the end. So yeah, I think
might
so
have
too.
to rethink my thing about not putting stuff on Vella because apparently Regina, who's read all of my books, thinks that I would do very well on the fly.
Oh,
I think
Well then.
so.
Yeah, I was gonna say this just sounds like a the 21st century of the 19th century. I mean,
Oh, it totally is because I brought up
this is
Sherlock
the
Holmes
Strand all over again.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
pulled down my Sherlock Holmes book during the Vella live stream. I will leave a link to Keelan's Vella live stream.
oh, so like
It's a very good discussion. But
I was thinking of doing a bunch of like Penny Dreadfuls.
oh my god, I would so read Penny Dreadfuls from you. I love the genre already, and you would do so good. Well, obviously,
Okay, great. Maybe
Do it,
reviving
do it,
Gary Gary the vampire. You know, like
Maybe I could finally get Glory back into her original story.
Yeah.
Her first ever story was was very Penny Dreadful, home invasion. When she wrote it when she was like 13. It was fun to see all the adults going, "Where's the rest of it? What happened?" And she's like, "I don't know."
You'll have to wait until the next episode.
That's right.
Yeah. And now let me leave town real quick.
Varney the vampire? It might have been Varney the vampire. Which kind of like set all of the like stuff that we know about vampires. Like that's where we got it from, was the Penny Dreadfuls for Varney the vampire. Oh. What happened to your audio, Zara?
Oh, she's still on mute because of the sirens.
There was
the sirens.
There was New York City was
Okay.
really loud.
Sarah's in the big city.
Penny Dreadful, the TV show
was awesome.
Was amazing.
And I know that you play with the
yes, I do.
With the deck, which of course I saw it on the show and I was like, I need to own that. And it turned out more purple than black, but you know what? I'm not offended.
Oh, well, I mean, I knew it was purple and I was like, oh, favorite color. You can tell in the background. And my first book cover.
Yeah.
CB, I think you can still watch Penny Dreadful.
Yes.
It's on Netflix.
If you want to see it. It's on Netflix.
It's on Netflix US. I don't know if it's on Netflix in other countries. It's also on iTunes. City of Angels is by the same creator, but mostly different cast, except Rory Kinnear made the jump. And I think maybe one other actor. Did Patti LuPone make the jump again? She was in multiple seasons of the original show. And as different characters, but they were related, and that was cool. But yeah, that one was Penny Dreadful, City of Angels, and it was not good because it didn't mean to, but it kind of gave an extra voice to white supremacy and disrespected like Mexican and like just cultures that are not white.
The white European.
It wasn't good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tragic.
Yeah.
It is.
It wasn't great. Natalie Dormer was in it, and she was like the only good thing. And she's like, I'm the villain. I'm causing havoc in like all these different shape-shifting cool outfits, and like, cool. But
yeah.
It was problematic.
Little confession. I started Penny Dreadful like forever ago on Netflix. I never finished it because my mind started playing tricks on me, and I'm like, I don't think this is something I can finish.
Oh, it's so
Mhm.
good. But if you can't finish it, I understand. But if you ever do, you gotta hit me up, Kelly.
Yeah.
Because I was really into it, and then I got like real into it, and I was like, wait a minute, my head is.
I'm a little too
Yeah.
into this. I need to back up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
My mom stopped watching after the second season. She's like, this shit got dark. And I was like it wasn't dark in the first season, but it did get dark in the second.
It got darker. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell.
I'm
I'm mom age because I did the same thing. Like I enjoyed it for the first couple of seasons, and then I'm like, okay.
Helen McCrory passed away, and I'm still so sad. She was so good in Harry Potter, even though she had such a minor role. And then she was a really good character in Penny Dreadful. Yes, I love the original Sherlock stories. I love learning, talking about how Sir Arthur Conan Doyle based it off his doctor friend who, used deduction to treat patients, which is why he has Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson in the stories, who he studied under. And then I like the BBC. I was okay with Elementary a little bit, but they did certain things where I was just like I like the acting. I think your storytelling is sometimes not as good. And then I like the Robert Downey Jr. movies, which some people don't, but he's actually pretty close to the book character, which a lot of people understand. And then
I liked his.
Yeah, and then I did not read the Enola Holmes books because I was too old by the time I found out about them. But I loved the movie on Netflix with now Millie Bobby Brown as Enola Holmes, who's the younger sister of Mycroft and Sherlock Holmes, and then you have Finnick. What's his name? Actor who played Finnick Odair. Sam Claflin plays Mycroft, and now I'm blanking on Superman's actor's name.
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill. Yeah, I just
play Sherlock, and I'm totally wrong body type, but I'm I still
here for it.
Yeah.
Okay with how you acted the role.
I've only seen the first episode so far, so that's one that I'm slowly making my way through after Camp Nano's done. Actually, I'm pretty much at my goal.
It's a movie.
Well, no, the one with it's a movie? Then I didn't finish it.
All the ads made it seem like a TV show, and then it came out, and it's like, oh, it's a movie? Okay. But it's based on a 8-book series. I think the series.
I started it a week ago, and I was like, oh, Henry Cavill is in this. I didn't even know, but I didn't get a chance to finish it. So at least it's a movie now, so I can just go sit down and just finish it. So that's good to know.
Are the BBC's doing another?
But when I saw him, I was like, "Is that Henry?" I know that's kind of, It was just I wasn't expecting. I didn't go in knowing what to expect. It was just got recommended, so I clicked on it and I was like, "Yeah, sure."
In response to this comment, I know it was showing the social climate of the time. It was showing the rise of Nazism even in America, but among certain people in America, obviously. But I think it was in really poor taste given the state that our country was in.
Yeah.
And I think that it was still putting forward certain ideas that you can do a historical fiction thing without accidentally promoting those ideas.
Yeah.
And I don't think that this did that well.
There's another one I just watched also. It was right before I started Enola Holmes, but it's a new one. It's Sherlock Holmes is in it a little bit. What is it called? I literally just watched the series on Netflix, but there's another one. And it's a group of side characters that are running around and they are trying to help.
I think Shanice just mentioned it. The Nevers.
Is it the Nevers?
It's the supernatural cases of Dr. Watson with. I have added it to my list, but I haven't watched it yet. It's just a lot of white people pretending to be oh.
Oh, I got you.
I'll probably watch one episode, agree with you, and then nope out of there. But I'm still curious enough to watch the first episode.
Have you guys watched The Witcher with Henry Cavill in it?
Yes.
I haven't. I was in a class about book to screen adaptation, so I was pitching the Graceling series to be adapted for Netflix.
Yes.
Right. So I had to come up with comp titles, and one of them was like, I have problems with the Throne of Glass series, but it's being adapted for Hulu, and I was like, oh, you have certain things that are in the same age range, but not on Netflix, and then you have things that are like younger and older on HBO and things like that. And my mom was like looking at it. She's like, what? And she saw The Witcher. She's like, what is that? And I'm like, it's
Based
The
on
Witcher.
video
And she's
games,
like, I've never heard of it. I was like, have you been living under a rock?
It's
Yes.
both. It's a video game.
Yes.
But I love
I first heard about The Witcher in a webcomic. I thought they made it all up. I thought they were joking because it was so insane.
Yes. Oh.
And then I found out, wait, it's a video game and book? What?
Yeah.
Yep.
My ex told me, because he was playing the video game, and he was like, oh, video game book, and then it was coming out, and I was like,
Because of like how it was adapted to a video game, I want one of my books to be adapted into a video game.
They're hard to write, but super fun. Super fun.
That's why I was like, I don't know how we could make it happen. I mean, I know with one book how we could do it, but I was like, that would be so cool, Like, I'd rather have a video game than like a movie adaptation. That would be like my wild dream.
yeah. So this is what I was kind of talking about, like how Penny Dreadful City of Angels did not do it well, but Lovecraft Country succeeded.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was cool. We're
going to do our next sprint soon, I promise, because I'm assuming people have entered the forest room because it's been up for a while. Yep. Okay, people are just chilling in there. I apologize. We went on a bit of a tangent. But group of good people, it's bound to happen. Is there anything else? Oh, like what content rules are they already dinging people for?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
What is this phone doing?
I'm just checking. I hear a kitty thing in the background.
That's so funny.
Well, I guess we have something to look forward to when we come back. Find out.
Yeah, I'm going to research it during this. So we're going to start in proper banners. Come on. In 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. that was the end of another sprint. How did people do? Again, I got no words done because I was actually looking through my computer to find where I'd written down the cover artist of a thriller book I have planned to maybe contact them and be like, so want to design a Vela cover for me? / audiobook cover, just in case I do take Regina up on her idea of me.
Like actually submitting.
Vela.
I got a toddler to sleep and didn't even have to try. I just had to wake her up at 6 a.m. and she fell asleep on the couch with the lights on and the TV playing. So
Nice.
You know what? Yeah.
That's a win.
Awesome.
I got 2 jobs down, on to the 3rd.
Also, Sako, I was creeping because I creep occasionally, and I was creeping on your Ko-fi page. And I love your little blurb intro about how like the different designs are like your body, like make up your body was really cool.
Yeah, I am a child of Adobe.
Yes, I loved it.
Yeah, I'm still working.
I saw your Apple Pencil doing the same thing I am.
Oh yeah. I have a bet. It's easier for me to stop writing than it is for me to stop drawing. So when I'm writing, I just finish the sentence and I'm good. But when I'm drawing, I'm like, let me just
do this next line. Let me just do this next color wave. Let me just do this shading.
Exactly. I just did a color drop, and where you just drag and drop the color, and apparently my lines weren't connected, so the whole thing. I'm like, that's annoying. Let me go redo this.
Yeah. Tom, did you say how you did?
No, I think I'm starting to hit a little wall, so I may have to go change up and start on something else on the next one because not enough caffeine yet.
Is that 686H9?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay.
686H9UB. I've been forgetting to read them out loud, which is not cool.
They've been mostly pretty easy. Just sometimes certain look a little weird. I'm just like, am I reading that right? Because once I say it wrong in my head, I can't get it right. Because I keep repeating it wrong in my mind, even though I'm looking at it. I'm like,
Nia, also during this next sprint, I don't know if you saw some of the private chat.
I didn't. What happened?
Tom, thank you for the compliment about his poem. And
I
need you to pick a second tree.
Oh, I need another tree. Okay.
Anya is helping her daughter with math and cooking on the side, so writing is not at the forefront, which is fine. Took a very cute test on creative types for an online course. That's fun. I'm trying to take the thoughts in my head and make them fit with what I already have on the page. Story of my life.
Mm-hmm.
That is the challenge, right? Which is why I'm like, Nia has already done the content and already basically laid it out. She just has to put it all together. She's done the hard work already.
Nia's killing it. Let's just all admit, she's a mom and does a million things and is and draws and draws. It's not just there's a million things that isn't creative and then also does creative. No, she does a million things that are creative on top of being a mom.
Yeah.
Kelly's also a mom with a very young child, so I don't want to leave out the fact that I think being a mother and a creative person at the same time is
you are fine.
And I envy you because I couldn't do this when my kids, I had 4 kids running around and I couldn't do this. Now they're all teen and up. So they're like, Mom, you do you now. I'm like, thank you guys. Yes.
Oh, that's sweet.
No,
Kelly's gonna have 2 really little ones at the same time.
I'm gonna have 2 little girls, and like I'm very excited, but like also at the same time I'm adjusting because
There's a little part of you that's probably like, damn you, Logan.
well, no, because I'm so lucky that like I'm able to have the lifestyle I guess I have, being like stay at home, and the flexibility of, yes, I do have to do domestic things, but I also get to work on my passions. But I also, it's hard juggling it, but I could not imagine doing all the stuff that Nia does, because like, girl, you got like a lot going on, and I'm just trying to like write, which just seems so hard with like a 2-year-old, and I'm going to be in my 3rd trimester starting in May.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's like, yeah, it's crazy.
I am, it is hard having more than one obsession, and to be a parent and also be obsessed with art in some capacity, being creative in some capacity, is a lot of brain work and a lot of spoons required. And nothing but respect for you guys.
Well, also, like I have half the amount of kids. Nia, you got 4. I have half that.
Didn't you know Nia's always been the overachiever?
Oh my. I can't remember if we talked about
You sound like my brother now, Tom.
I can't remember.
I mean, I'm thinking it too, so.
Or not, but like, I think you were live with Zara on Twitch, and you were talking about all the stuff you're doing, and I'm like, she has to have a Virgo somewhere in her top 3 astrological signs. Virgo has to be in one of the big 3 for her.
I'm
possibly
actually thinking about both of you, so.
Oh, yes.
There was more. There's the comment. Okay, so the thing apparently that I didn't know, because it's not very clear in the content guidelines for Bell, is that even if your writing is too similar to your other writing that's been published somewhere, they'll reject you. And I'm like, but
how do they determine what's similar?
I said, where did I say it? I said that it's a problem for authors who have a distinctive voice then.
Yeah, or doing series.
It's to keep people from having unpublished it from somewhere else and then republishing it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can see.
But people can see my book and be like, "Oh, it's like Zara wrote this," So like,
I think it's more like if you have. I think some people might have fan fiction, and they might want to try and switch up their fan fiction and put it out there as something new, and it's like, that's not really new. That sounds just like this thing right here.
Also, copyright infringement and all of that.
Yep.
Because a lot of Wattpad is fan fiction, absolutely.
So much of it is One Direction, which is why I kind of just noped out there. And then they're like, "Oh, and I want you to pay for stuff," and I'm like, "No, I'm really not." I read. I have the book that I got published into. The question is, where in my giant bookshelf did I put it? There was a book called The Cell Phone Swap, which got published as a book called Textrovert, and it's basically these two teens, like they swap cell phones by accident because they look exactly the same and they grab the wrong one, and then they fall in love through that. That was cute. And then I had read The Kissing Booth, and I had read there was something else, but I don't think that one got turned into anything yet. But like I had read the things that got huge and then got, moved on, but I did not. I was like, I don't want to keep reading on this site.
Yeah. Yeah. How would they know? How would they know? Exactly.
Okay, people are in the forest room, so I think I can take the code off the screen. Oh, but you told me Maggie? No. Starts with an M. Tom, tell me again.
It's Maggie.
It's Maggie.
It's Maggie. Okay, I was like, I'm awful with names, and it takes me like forever and ever and ever. And
Mama
like,
Maggie.
on for months now. Although Tom is just an easier name for me to remember. You are guys on author too for me to remember. Yeah. Okay. So Maggie also said the quality of Vela cover image circles is not as high as the one I upload. They just make you upload a high one. Though. Like if you upload anything less than 1600, then they ding you. They're like, no, you have to upload one.
You have to upload it higher, yeah.
Yeah. And I think everybody should take into consideration that it's a circle, because even the image that they use, the space whale, you can't tell it's a space whale from the circle. Me and my son were talking about that, because my son's like, oh, what is, and I said, it's a space whale. And so he looked at the image behind it, and it's like, I'm like, I think people are going to really need to think about that, because this, to me, the space whale made it even cooler. So I want to see that whale in the circle, because you can't tell it's a whale. Really.
Yeah.
The image is behind it.
A little bit of the fin.
Yeah, and it's like, what is that?
Yeah.
So yeah, do you think about that when you're getting your images done, or when you're making images?
Absolutely.
That you really want everything in that circle.
Yep.
They should release like a template for the cover thing, given that they're like,
there are sites.
It already has to be a circle.
There are sites that specialize in that, like various social media and various companies that require like whatever dimensions, and it does all the math for you. And
Creative Indie Covers by Derek Murphy already has Kindle Vela. Cool.
Wow.
You, dude.
People are on it. This is not easy.
I want Canva to get on it.
Yeah, Canva.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Maggie.
I'll probably tweet at them during the stream and be like, so when are we getting a Kindle Vela template, huh?
Yeah.
I remember reading, there was someone who was writing a, it was a siren and a vampire thing, but then there was a wizard who was also after the siren. So like, if people know like some weird or adaptations of Swan Lake where like the evil sorcerer is also kind of in love with the Swan Princess, then it was kind of like that. That's not what it was based on, but that's like the closest thing I can liken it to, because it wasn't like a real love triangle. It was more like she was in love with this person and someone was pursuing her in the not fun way.
In a not fun way.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay. We are going to take this down. And I do not need to say the name of the tree because we will be planting it. And so this link is for Tom's sister's channel, because that is where he is most of the time. As you can all tell, his name is not Glory. He said Tom earlier. That is why I'm saying. I'm not saying that that someone who presents like Tom could not be named Glory. That is not what I'm implying. That
Disclaimer.
Tom and Glory is a different individual.
Indeed.
Not getting canceled for being misinterpreted today.
No.
Okay. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. Everyone say hello to my puppy. Hi,
Hello, puppy.
Aw, such a cute pupper.
Buddy. So cute. Okay, you can go and do Pilates with Mom now.
Yes.
She ran away. Let me just close the
All
door.
right. I'm still cheat working. Oh, so Sako.
Yeah, we're both like,
Like,
eyeballs.
I'm paying
into our iPads.
attention.
I'm paying attention. I swear I am.
Really, I'm listening.
Okay. Okay, so Maggie sent their cup. I don't know what pronoun to use for you, Maggie.
I believe it's a she.
Okay, Maggie sent her cover. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Maggie. To Tom.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
Tom is now sharing it on screen.
Cool.
So,
Woo!
oh, sorry. Let me take down the banner so we can see this better. Here we go.
Oh, nice. Okay, so Maggie, were you saying that the words weren't clear when you compress it into the, or was that somebody else that was saying the details of this?
That was Maggie.
Oh, okay. Well, this is pretty.
Yeah.
I like it.
But I think Maggie was saying the outlines of the letters weren't as clear when it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, with JPEG, it'll.
Yeah.
It'll crunch
Jumble
it
it
out.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is
Ping-
TIFF better?
Ping is
I don't
your
use
friend.
TIFF as a file extension that much, but you can upload a TIFF file.
No, you want to upload a ping.
Well, no, I know
Yeah.
you want to upload a ping, but you can't. It's not one of the allowed formats.
What the fuck?
Really?
For
Yeah.
Vela, I know. I got
Are
so
you
mad.
PDF maybe?
Nope. It has
Okay.
to be a JPEG or a TIFF right now. I don't know if they're going to change it in the future, but I'm pissed.
I hope they change it in the future because a TIFF is like ancient
I know.
print format.
Yeah.
And of all
Why is
formats,
that?
TIFF is an odd one.
I know.
Of all of them.
It makes no sense to me because normal KDP takes. What did they take? I don't even remember anymore. I just do it automatically.
Yeah, I just checked to make sure that the work I'm doing actually can be in a TIFF, which it can, but
Yeah.
not happy about that at all.
Yeah, honey. I just want to see.
Why
Because I
would they?
can't remember what KDP accepts, but I know that they're not like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, they're that way too.
Really?
Yeah, I thought that they let me do PNG, ping, whatever, however you're supposed to pronounce it. No, they're also doing only JPEG or TIFF. Why are you
Weird.
like this, Amazon?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
never occurred to me that because
That is
I've
weird.
formatted books and done book covers and stuff like that for KDP for other people. And
Uh-huh. Does it convert it themselves, or do they just end up converting it before they upload it? Maybe.
They probably have to convert it before uploading. Like, I mean, if you for the print one, you can do a PDF for the print cover. For the
that's
ebook cover,
probably for the ebook cover. It often tells me that I'm too low resolution, which is fine. I can, I can always fix that. But the English, I know it. I lost my train of thought. It's all good.
It's all right.
it's okay. Yeah.
You too, huh?
I just
How did
that's
you
so
do
frustrating.
that?
I swore that you could do a ping for the ebook, and
Maybe they like because I usually do a ping for the ebook.
Yeah, Kindle format takes ping. In fact, I was just looking at the help topic for it, and it says specifically that Kindle readers specifically do not support TIFF. Like, what in the world is going on with them?
Wow.
I feel like they changed the upload rules because I used to have, I swear I used to upload things. And
Yeah, KDP will take ping.
it's not showing it for me when I went back into the thing where it said, if you have a cover, upload JPEG or TIFF. Okay, we don't need to discuss this right now.
Yeah.
We'll
I'm sorry.
do some research a little bit
Still
later.
yet, like, obviously it's a concern of most of us.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Very
obviously doing fine because whatever my cover designer sends me, I can convert to what I need it to be. But like I never thought, I was like, I thought I've been uploading things this whole time, but not according to my KDP dashboard.
Honestly, as someone who wants to be traditionally published, I still find all of this very fascinating. Like, I know myself, I could probably never get into all the technical stuff of self-published authors and what they do, but I find it so cool that, you know, indie authors can sit down and do this and navigate it and wear all the hats.
Yeah.
So,
I think the only hat I really already hate is the marketing. I'm like, I don't want to learn it. I don't want to do it, but I know I'm going to have to if I want to go indie. Everything else, I'm like so excited every time I learn something new or find out something new. The one thing that still I dread is just every time marketing comes up, I'm like,
and I specialize in marketing for author tubers. So
Sako is about to be my best friend.
I'm good
at like sliding into your DMs. Hey, Sako.
And I offer a lot of that design and marketing work, like for authors specifically.
Yeah, first of all, hire Sako. Second of all, like I'm good at marketing, and Sarah Sutton, who's another author tuber, can tell you that like I come up with great marketing ideas. I just never do them for myself because I'm, you know, in this little thing called grad school.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, you can see on the image once it's been changed that all the text starts going a little wobbly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, weird.
Is that why it says an image with no words? Because maybe they already know it's gonna do that.
Probably.
But yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Well, maybe if you can't type words on it, you can just upload an image that already has words. But if it's going to do that, maybe not.
Yeah.
Freaking weird.
I just wish they weren't doing a circular thing. Like I know they're trying, like, because that's what Wattpad does. I don't know about Radish because I deleted that thing very quickly when it was like, you got to pay. And I was like, I don't have money to. Like, I would if I could, but I don't got that.
Right.
It was just like, it's a book. Like, I want it as a book cover. I don't want just a square, but I definitely don't want like a tiny circle.
Yeah.
I'm so used to doing it for other social media.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not all that surprised that they're doing it for covers for digital media.
Well, it's like when Instagram and Twitter and even Facebook switched all the profiles to like now being cropped into circles. And I was like, okay, but that's like a user image. That's not like for the content of like the thing.
This is what's going to
versus
this is going to help sell your story. It's, you know, it's the visual part that's going to catch somebody's eye. That part is bothering me because I am very visual. I like to see the pretty things. I will get a book. I'll read it as an ebook, and if they have a good cover, I'll buy the hard copy, even though I've already read it.
I do.
Yes. You know, just because I'm like, it's so pretty. So as someone who likes that visual, that little circle JPEG is, or not even a JPEG, it's a TIFF. It's already bothering me. I'm like,
I'm the only person in my publishing program who is like, yeah, I buy ebook first. And if I like the book enough that like, and the cover enough, I am happy to like pay again to support this author because I love the story so much that like, I want to have it like in two formats.
I did that too. Yeah.
But like, there are people who are like, oh yeah, I only buy like hardbacks and paperbacks, and I'm like, in what space? Living in New York,
I
do
know,
you have
right?
that? Like,
Yeah.
I always have to get rid of books all the freaking time because of the number of writing books I have. Much less the books that like my family friend who used to work in publishing gets me, because she's like, oh, you're a writer. Here are more writing books, and it's like, great. I'm never going to tell her not to get me those books, but it's just like, I can't. Also, the price.
Yeah.
Like, I would rather pay for like a slightly cheaper ebook in some cases. Sometimes it's like around the same price, where it's just, whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. Like, I have a certain amount of space on my bookshelf, and I'm determined not to keep expanding. So once I fill up my bookshelf, I literally have to donate. So that's all that can be pricey, and also I have a hard time saying bye to books. So I only buy the book if I mean it.
Yeah. And
That's
then you
right.
have to like rate everything. So you're like, what is my weakest thing in my collection?
Yeah.
that I
It's
can
like,
donate?
someone's gotta go.
Someone's gotta go.
Who's going?
You are not getting a rose.
I recently made a rule with Logan, and I'm like, you have to enforce this with me, because if you don't, I'm just going to go haywire. And he's like, what? And I was like, I need you to hold me accountable to reading the books I have on my shelf before I buy more books. And he was like, okay. And I was like, no, you don't understand. I'm a book collector. I start reading them, but then like I have a hard time staying focused whenever I'm reading. I think that's why, like whenever I was in high school, that's why I did so poorly with reading assignments. I just couldn't stay focused on the words. But then my English teacher, bless her, introduced me to Percy Jackson, and I really connected with the characters, and that's what drew me in. So now I still try to read, but nothing is going to be what Percy was to me as a high schooler.
Yeah. I wonder, so I have a slight problem when I go to read books. I'm really hard to impress, and I get really bored really easy. And someone popped up in a chat during a stream one time and said they mentioned chapter 2 syndrome, and I wonder if you are also familiar with the term chapter 2 syndrome, where usually in chapter 2 it's just filler.
Yeah.
And if something interesting doesn't happen in chapter 2 to make me want to keep reading the book, then I'm gonna put the book down and never pick it back up again.
Yeah.
So like when I
don't know, because like it could be that, but also I have a hard time with words. Like visually, I'm not like dyslexic or anything. I just I'll be reading the words, but I have to reread them a lot for it to register. Like I'll have to go read the sentence to process it multiple times and then I just get burnt out doing that.
yeah.
So then I get tired of reading, and I'm like, I've read this paragraph or this sentence like 20 times and I still am confused or I'm still not processing what's happening.
It's so common, like super common, especially in thrillers and mystery and stuff like that. Where
you're expecting something to happen all the time, and it's like nothing's happening here. I'm bored.
They give it slice of life, which to introduce the book, and unless they're foreshadowing the rest of the book like they should in chapter 1, then like chapter 2 ends up being like the calm before the storm regarding the inciting incident. Right?
Yeah.
So like, I want the inciting incident to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah. It's that problem a lot of people have of where they start the story too early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see the words, Shanice. Like I see them, but like sometimes if I'm trying to just skim, like my eyes will just skip over certain words, I guess, that are like filler words, like the and at, and I'm just seeing like bits, and that's why I got to reread it so much so that way it actually ties together.
Right.
Yeah, I get that. Like, I don't know how. I'm very good at editing other people's stuff. probably because I've not seen it before and I'm looking for specific things. So people, especially my daughter and her college friends, are always asking me to edit their papers for them. And I secretly enjoy it, very oddly. I don't know why.
It's not a secret anymore. You said it on the
But
Oh, you know her kids aren't going to watch
gonna find
anything she's
that.
on.
I think my kids have already figured it out. But sometimes when I'm actually just reading for myself, I will skim over filler words. I cannot read when I'm tired because my eyes will not see the words. My eyes will the words go like this. So I just have to know, okay, I can't read right now because the words are just all over. Nothing makes sense.
That's when I know I need to go to bed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the other thing is when I'm reading text, sometimes it does just become a blur. And I'm like, I just read a whole paragraph and nothing came into my brain. And you have to read the whole thing again. And I've been told, oh, you must have this. And I don't know, because I'm in my generation was when things were first being diagnosed. My high school teacher is the one who told me about my slight dyslexia with series of numbers that don't make sense. Once, because she would do the same thing. She'd go up to the board and go and just stop. And she saw me do that. And she goes, hey, come here for a minute. And it was in algebra she went back through a lot of my work and found that I would get something wrong because it's A, B, C, or D. So I would actually have the right answer. But then when I went to go read if a number was just transverse, I would mark whichever one. And she actually found that. And she told me about it. So I knew to look out for it. I never knew about it before that. I was like, oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, and it was very helpful. So it made me double check a lot of things that I wouldn't think to double check. I'm like, oh, that's right. No, Nia, you must double check whenever it's a series of numbers and letters and tracking numbers. The vein of my existence. I hate tracking numbers. So yeah, I've also learned having 4 kids that everybody learns differently.
Yeah.
I have one kid that's in the box and other kids are somewhere around the box to outside the box to way outside the box, and just giving them the space to learn the way that they need to learn and being in the classroom to advocate for my kids. So and understanding that everyone's so different. So whenever someone tells me, oh, I have trouble here, I'm like, totally. I don't think that that's strange or weird. I'm like, it's just how you learn. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
I wish more teachers would be understanding to that everybody learns different and to look out for, okay, why is this kid not getting a good grade? What's going on here? Or why is this kid not able to pay attention, but they seem to be doing well, but I can't get their attention in class. It's because they're comprehending and learning differently.
Oh, my mother had that almost every year I was in school. She would have to go talk to yet another teacher of, why did my kid have all A's last year in this subject and all of a sudden they're getting D's?
Mm-hmm.
I could go on and on about the public education system here in America, but I will not, because it will be something that we just talk about, and it's a rabbit hole, and it's very frustrating. And I feel you guys, like it's so frustrating. And as someone who went and studied and has their degree in education, from that standpoint too, like from a teacher standpoint, like obviously it's also frustrating because they're not getting all the resources, especially in like an area like mine in Appalachia. We don't get all the resources that we might need to provide the best education to students because we're a poor area. It sucks.
Yeah. If you guys do one of those, Tom, hit me up because I got a lot to say. But yeah, I'm in this
learning styles and how
I would love to be included in that too, because
Yeah.
I'm all over the place.
That is one of Glory's specialties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll talk to her about that for the next awkward siblings subjects.
Yeah,
the
I
way
have.
I learn also depends on what I'm learning. It's not even just like, oh, like Zara's a kinetic learner. It's like, well, it depends on the thing.
Depends on the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have had teachers who have had one of my kids, and then every teacher has always wanted my one kid that's in the box. But if you mess up with one of my kids, I don't want you to mess with any of my kids. I'm like, I don't want this kid in your class. And I've had teachers who have like hunted me down to apologize to me, particularly about one of my kids who is incredibly smart, but you can't get him to pay attention for anything.
Mhm.
And they expect, because him and my in the box, perfectly in the box daughter are so close, but they're so opposite. And they couldn't understand, why did he get the second highest grade on the EOG? This kid does not pay attention. They thought he cheated. Made him take it again. He still got the second highest EOG score in the school
Right.
for math.
Like
And
I
it's
was
just like
Well,
he learns differently. He listens. He's hearing you. It doesn't look like he's hearing you because he's, but he's hearing you.
Yeah.
I like would read in class and I'd get in trouble.
Yeah, me
And
too.
you know, and my grandma also taught me certain things like in advance, just in ways that like made a lot more sense to me than this really. First of all, my mom was like, the way your school is teaching you is a stupid way. So it wasn't just like, just like, oh, like I thought it was stupid because my grandma taught me something different. She's like, no, this is stupid. And I'm sorry you have to do it this way. But anytime I did the math the way that worked and like every other adult on the planet does it, they were like, no, you can't do that. But it works. I'm clearly paying attention.
You knew math.
How to do math.
Yeah.
Better than what you're teaching me. What is the problem? By the way, PEMDAS is trending on Twitter right now because apparently some people can't remember how to do it because there's an argument over whether a certain equation equals 1 or 9. And people are like, it's 1. And people are like,
And it depends on the
those.
software in your calculator as well.
Yeah.
Different versions of even Texas Instrument calculators do it in a different order.
Yeah, I know. Oh, and also there's bomb. Oh shoot, it's PEMDAS, but there's BOMDAS. No, where they moved.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people are like, "What the hell is BOMDAS?" And they're like, "Oh, well, it's brackets." And then someone was like, "Well, brackets and parentheses are different in math." And I'm like, "Well, that is." And so I was just like, "Oh, it's a mess on Twitter." When is Twitter not a mess? Okay.
Always.
Okay, we're gonna do a sprint now. I promise.
Now's a good time for that sprint.
Yeah. Good time for
Writers, we don't need to do the math. We did talk about cover art, but that's important for self-publishers. And even, you know, Kelli, even if you become a self-published author at some point, like Regina said, you don't learn it all at once. Second of all, if you can, you hire people who know it better than you, which is what I always do.
Hire Sako. Like this, like hire Sako. Hire Sako.
Even if
She's
you're
right there.
even if you go traditionally, like they expect you to do a lot of the marketing. They expect you to market yourself, right?
Yeah.
So like I'm still here for traditional or
Indie.
self-published indie. Yeah.
You're just here to all around help writers, Sako.
I am here to help writers.
Love it.
I want them to be seen by.
Yes.
I want to see the people.
Pay people.
I want to see, like, I want to help people be seen, right? So, and what kind of materials like that, agents want to see, and what kind of materials that marketers want to see, and what kind of materials that bloggers want to see, and stuff like that, right? So,
I'm taking classes from the receiving side of everything that Sako just said, and dang, they all want different things, and then they all want different meetings, and I'm just like, I knew this, but dang.
Mm-hmm.
I also now know for certain that I don't want to be an editor. Like, I don't want to be an editor. I don't want to be in sales, but I'm still considering marketing, and I really want to be a literary agent. But if I'm that, my uncle is going to have a coronary because a lot of literary agents don't get paid a salary. And he's going to be like, what? And I'm going to be like, well, you better hope that I'm really successful.
A lot of marketing people don't get paid a salary either. They get paid by the project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they get paid by a project and they get paid something. Whereas with an agent, it's like they get 15%.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. You're like, well, you better hope that 50%
Yeah.
thing
Yeah.
is good.
You better hope it sells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing's gotta sell.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So that's going to be my life.
Yeah, Amber, whenever you're ready, man, I got a file waiting for you.
Well, there is Sako's Ko-fi site, and then there is.
And then I have cassvoigt.com,
Yeah.
which
Is that
is
your
mostly
graph-
my writing stuff, but I do offer graphic design and stuff like that.
You know what, Sako, in the private chat, send me a link that I can share with people for where they can hire you best, and then I'll put that in the public chat. In the meantime, we are going to start planting Kelly's second tree.
All right.
In 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. how did everyone do? I finally was writing again.
Okay.
I think I finished up mine. Oh, just in time.
Just in time.
Guys, listen. Progress has been made. I hit, hold on, where did it go? Where did it go? I'm almost at 26. I'm like 40 words away from 26,000 in my overall manuscript and almost 2,000 words for the day. I am pumped.
Nice.
Nice. That's
We are
great.
pumped for you. Hell yeah.
Yay.
Dang.
That is great. Oh my goodness.
I finished my 3
And
jobs.
it's still the morning.
I know, right? It's not even noon yet. And I'm like, I have finished my day's work and I have nothing better to do but write.
Yep.
Racing train. Yeah, what about you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing 2 characters at the same time, and I'm almost done, so I'm very happy.
Awesome.
Usually I do 1 at a time, but I don't know. I was feeling something different this morning. I was like,
Nice.
I can do them both of them at the same time.
Yes, you
So I'm
can.
just flipping back and forth.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Um,
They're coming along.
Tom.
Yes, I'm going to have to be leaving soon. I got lots to prep for this afternoon.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here.
It
lovely
was
to have
fun.
you. I'd love to have you on again in the future, as the invitation also goes out to your sister Glory. So yes, in the future, I will message both of you instead of messaging Glory and her responding on your behalf.
I don't know. It works out well. She then just guilts me. I can't do that, can't you? Oh, you're the morning person.
You're the morning person.
But yes, thank you so much for being here.
It was fun.
Awesome meeting you.
It's gonna meet you, Sako.
It was very good meeting you.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll probably be seeing you later, Tom.
All right.
Yes.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Cool.
He was so pleasant.
He's so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so smart. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they have their live stream this afternoon. I have an appointment, and Lori's like, "Well, as soon as you get back, go ahead and hop on." I'm like, "Okay."
Okay.
I'm like, "All right." Yeah, they're great though. They're really nice.
Make myself
Oh, we're
big.
not ending, Regina. We're still going until all my co-hosts leave me.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to get as much done as I can now because I do have an appointment with my daughter later. So that's like, I always see that's like 3 hours that I won't be able to get stuff done. So as much as I can get done now.
I have an appointment at 5 p.m. today, and so so I'm gonna keep going.
I'm here for it.
Okay, cool. I mean, I'm not gonna be going until 5 p.m. That would be crazy. But
That would be crazy. But
10K day. I mean,
people have done it, but I'm not one of those people.
right on. I'm just getting ready to start writing.
Is it a hat? Is it so pretty?
Tom is great.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel you, Maggie. With the DNFing is not a failure on your part. Totally, like if something hasn't happened to rope you in by chapter 5, that is not your fault.
Yeah. It's just that book was not the book for you. That's all.
Yeah. That's also why I'm not into prologues. Because I feel like a lot of times it is a excuse to start the story before it's supposed to start. And that should be used as a I feel like that should be used as an exercise for the author and not necessarily content for the reader.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
I wish they
Prologues
had
and
an. I would epilogues. I can get behind because you have
Mhm.
a whole bunch of story and then you need to wrap it all up.
Yeah.
You know, and I usually wrap all my stuff in the epilogue. Right.
Yep.
So like that makes sense to me because you're not starting the story early. You're just kind of like, oh yeah, and here's an ending.
Yeah. The prologue has to be so relevant, and it also has to be good for me.
It's gotta have its own little plot.
Yeah.
You know?
Like yeah. Like it just can't be just like, oh, I want to start the story in a field with the character, and then now we're gonna start the story. I'm like, could you not have found a better way to do that? But yeah.
I mean,
Also, I also don't want it to be your world building. Like, please don't make this your world building. That's what it is. Oh boy.
And a lot of times in fantasy, that's the deal. Yeah.
I have a prologue here, and this is like the most like.
It's cute,
but it's like the prologue that like I think is the closest to like a bad prologue because it does do certain things that like where it's like it is directly related and it is important, but it's from the main characters, but it's literally God and the devil being like, hey, so this girl, super powerful, right? Like I want her. It's like, no, we're making it like if
I read it more like a setup.
Yeah,
I read it more like a setup.
But like, and then
as a prologue should be.
Yeah.
You know?
But like, you know, when I was writing it, I was like, oh, do I just get rid of it? But then I was like, no, but like the whole point is that like the reader knows that this is happening in the background.
Yeah. I felt like it was part of the story.
Doesn't know that her life is literally being manipulated by these.
Right.
And there are characters, right? There are characters in the story, and it does come up and it's completely relevant. It's to me, I saw it. This is the setup. Okay, let's go. So that's fine.
And then
it provides questions for the reader that convince them to read further into the book, right? Where so in that regard, you did it right.
Yeah. And then this prologue in book 2 is kind of like how, because by the time we're in this book, this couple has already been friends for years. But the prologue in this is like when they're kids and like the girl basically has to flee her home with her mom, and then they find refuge with like the mom of the main girl from here. So that's how they become friends. Like it's just a little bit more, and it comes up later in the story. It's not just like oh, I'm seeing like that's the character, but nothing to do with the story. And then I don't think I did a prologue in this one. Did I? No, just chapter 1.
I think as long as the prologue isn't so info dumpy and world building dumpy, and it's just the setup for the characters you're getting ready to meet, I think that is a prologue done right, just like Sako said. But it's whenever you get prologues that just drag and then you don't even want to read the rest of the story.
I skip it. And sometimes I'll skip the first chapter too, you know, the first chapter as well sometimes, because if they felt like a prologue was needed to explain the universe, then odds are very good that chapter 1's going to be slice of life. And like I might read a couple of paragraphs, get the gist of it, get the mood, and then carry on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, all of my chapter, especially like my beginnings, even the prologues, like are very media res. Like the prologue reads like a first chapter, but there's a reason it's it doesn't feel like, oh, you started the book twice. Like I promise, but like it's not like, oh, once upon a time this happened. And then like many, many years later, this happened. And like, this is when the real story started. And you could have revealed the prologue through like weaving it in throughout the story, the main story. It's I don't do that. It's more just like.
No, you got it. You got it right. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, we are going to share the force code for next.
I topped out at 7K, and Like I did a 24-hour like write-a-thon with a 10K day, and
Yeah.
I only made it to 7. But honestly, that
Only
like
made it to
tripled my score like from before that. So like I was totally happy with 7. It's not 10, but it's still way more I would have written otherwise.
I maxed out at like 3,000, like close to 4,000, but normally I don't even get that much further past 3,000, and that's a stretch for me. So only 7,000.
Only 7,000, yeah.
Whereas Kahila Harry is like, oh, 10K day, easy. And I'm like, I wish.
I wish, yeah.
She is a great, we were talking about this before, like me and her talk about it frequently because I'm an underwriter and she is an overwriter, and talking about like her writing process versus mine and how she just busts out all the words, but then she has to go back and cut out a lot as well. And how much work that is whenever she's rereading it. I'm just like, girl, it's still amazing. Like, even though you gotta go back and cut out a shit ton, like I'm still impressed every time.
I'm an underwriter as well. I used to be an overwriter, but like my style has changed over the years. And because I want to get like clear and to the point, and then I'll go back in and put in prose. But like my first draft is usually like he said, she said, sort of very brief and to the point. And then like we just finished Flambeau, BC and I just finished Flambeau and sent it off to an editor for developmental stuff, because what we had to do was that we're both underwriters, and we did 2 waves of inserting scenes and fleshing out scenes that were already there and stuff like that. So we doubled the word count, but we still don't feel like it's, it's there. Yeah, hire Shanice for sensitivity reading. Woo!
Yeah, I'm an overwriter, but not because I do a lot of prose. I actually just do a lot of dialect, and then I do a lot of telling. So, but that's how I need to get my first draft done, and then I have to go back and fix it. And sometimes I find and so I end up having things that I take out, and I'm like, okay, this is really another story or a side story, so I'll chunk it out like that, and then I have to go back and add prose. And I'm one of those people that it's hard for me to read very, very pro-y work, because words will I will read a word and like, is that the right word? Literally. And then I'll have to go look it up, because I'm like,
I do that to you a lot.
My brain does that. I try not to. I'm like, just go with it. They say that's the right word. Just go. But no, it doesn't feel right. So sometimes it's very beautiful and very flowery, but if you say something that's off, I will stop and think, how does that work? And so too pro-y work can really take me out. So I don't write very I'm like, I want the story. This is what happened. This is how it goes. Boom. Then this happened. I could probably read something that was very action filled without a lot of prose, as long as I know what things look like. And you just keep my interest by keeping the story going like that. I can read that
Friday, where it's like, I have a lot of action. I keep you interested, and apparently readers are like, oh yeah, I can like see your characters and hear them, and I'm like, that's great. I just like,
oh wow.
Yeah. I can hear her character's voice. Like as soon as I started reading, I assigned your character's voices because I could just hear it. But yeah, if a lot of times if a writer just tells me what something looks like, they don't have to give me a paragraph detailing the lace. No, please don't do that, because then I'm done. I'm just like, oh, look at the thing over there. My brain will not.
There has got to be a point. There's got to be a point as to why you're mentioning that description. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
like Tolkien syndrome, where they talk about this character, they talk about this creature ad nauseum, and then never mention them again.
Yeah, it's like
like just not my bag.
I
And then
thought we were
you got
going somewhere.
Fitzgerald, who is all flower and no plot.
Yeah. Oh, I can't.
50 pages or Jack London, where it's 50 pages of how cold it is outside. Like.
I'm like, you worded that very beautifully, but no, I don't want that anymore.
I got the hint. Can we move on?
When I see it coming, I'm like, skip. Okay, here we go. But yeah, I kudos to people who can do really beautiful prose though. I cannot. And so when I see it, I'm just like, wow, bravo. But if it's too much, I do tend to either get pulled out of the story or skip so that I can.
There's a lot of times where like there will be a paragraph that is one sentence, and I'm like, that should have been cut up.
I'm like, the grammar in me is like, yeah, you could have made that.
I understand when
right
to
here.
use long sentences and when to use short sentences and stuff like that, right? But this was not one of those cases, and it just seems like bad grammar.
Yeah. And I remember I broke down one. I'm like, this is technically right, but oh my gosh.
I know, right?
You didn't have to do that.
I'm a terrible grammar, and I try to be very flowery with my writing occasionally. And it's like, am I just doing this because I don't want to properly put in how it's supposed to sound because I like the way this sounds better? Or like, is it a matter of I like the way it sounds better and it's so pretty? Or is it just because I'm lazy and I don't want to fix my grammar?
Or, sometimes it's just like rewording it in such a way that it's a little more concise, but it's still just as pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what like copy line editors are for.
Yeah, but I also know people, the more flower you give them, the more they love it. They're just
especially
like, it
those
was so beautiful.
Especially those that started with fan fiction. Because they are there for the flower.
Yeah, just
they are there for the description.
Give me all the stuff.
I'm always
Give me
I'm like,
paragraph
move
of
the
the
story
Bible.
along. I'm like, please move the story along.
It's like, I get it. She's pretty. Next.
Can we move on? Yeah.
I feel like, Zara, you've read my writing before, so I guess you would know, like, if I'm like super flowery, because sometimes I feel like I get over flowery. Like,
no. Yours is like the level of flower where I'm like, oh, it's immersive and like I like it, but it's not so much where it's like, I have been reading this description for like way too long. When are we going to get to something interesting?
Yeah.
Aside from the fact that this author clearly has like a very good imagination and is describing it, like, cool. But like, that's not why I pick up a book. And, like yours is fine. But for me, I'm an underwriter and I'm also, I used to be mostly dialogue and like no description. And now I think my balance is better, but I just always have an issue where it's like, this is what I want to do. And I kind of go right there, but I'm a little too concise in getting there. So when I revise, I'm always like, I'm always asking my readers, I'm like, what's something I skimmed over a little bit too much? Because in my mind, it was all clear, but for you, it wasn't. Like, I'm in
a similar boat where, especially in fight scenes that are supposed to happen, kind of fast.
Yeah.
I'm like, did I glance over that a little too much, or is this okay?
Yeah. Did I give you enough?
Or...
Did I give you enough action so that you know that it's really going down right now?
Exactly.
And not like someone threw a punch and now they're talking. No, they're still fighting.
No, they're
like, they're still fighting. So you got to make sure that it all is balanced out. You got to give enough information, and then you have to give some pretty words. You have to put some pretty words in there. Just for some of us, just be aware that too many can lose us a little bit.
Yay!
Yay!
Go.
Awesome.
Okay. We're going to start a sprint because one of my other co-hosts on this screen will be leaving after this. You all can make your guesses as to who, but you're not going to win anything for being right. Okay. Okay. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. I'm just finishing a sentence here, so if you all want to say how you did, go ahead.
I'm drawing eyes.
I'm going through my book launch planner and seeing what's up for April.
I got a total today of 2,211 words and officially hit 26,000. So good.
Well done.
Yes.
Kelli.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know if we were going to banter or anything, but
Oh, I mean, if we can, if you, I didn't.
We just cricket. Yeah.
no, you're fine. Honestly, this works because, like I said, I gotta get her snack and then we're gonna go outside. So, thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the socialization because I am a house goblin.
It was so awesome seeing you again.
I know it's been forever.
I love that you dressed up.
Forever.
Yes.
I feel so underdressed.
Because this is just me getting like, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna see people today. I should probably do something with myself.
I love it.
I know that. Yep.
Oop, I think Kelli
I make YouTube videos going through my writing journey. I'm trying to think what else. I'm really bad at outros. My intro is like on point, but my outro is still kind of cringe. So yeah, that's where I'm gonna leave it. And I will see you guys later, probably, or talk to you guys later.
All right. It was fun.
Nice to see you around again.
Yes. That was fun.
Awesome.
Yay.
How are you both feeling? Still going?
I'm totally ready to keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, I can keep going too. I got a little while, so.
Cool. When if both of you duck out at the same time, then I'll end the stream, or if one of you leaves before the other, then I'll ask if we want to keep going.
Right on. How like we're at what, 3 hours now?
Yeah.
What?
Not too bad.
That's fine.
Yeah. So Nia can do like another 40.
Cool.
41 if you want to get specific, but I don't.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm good till then. Because then I gotta go. I'm actually going outside. No. No, I go outside all the time. I'm going to somewhere. Which is
Oh.
Gotcha.
so, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I mean, that is Nia's website, but I wanted to share the forest room code
Yeah.
first.
Okay, there we go. So I can get it.
59 DAGUR.
Dagor.
That sounds like a
Fantasy name.
name.
Fantasy
Or
name.
like a species or something. Or kingdom. Yeah, I thought that too.
All right.
Ooh.
I'm in. Well, everybody's done good. 6K. Yeah. Kelly did awesome.
Kelly did awesome.
I know.
I can only hope that I do as well today. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still going strong.
Alien names
I mean,
right now.
I mean, I've already named all my alien people. Otherwise, I would maybe
Totally steal it.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna just throw
Dagger.
it in the third book. Like I already have alien names, and like 5 are important, and 3 were just like I need names so that this conversation isn't, it doesn't come off as weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. I might have a spot where I can use an alien name. Dagger. How do we pronounce it? Dagger or Dagger?
Either one, but if it were in my book, my main character would be like, so Dagger, like as if
No.
Just being.
There's a character named Aru, and she's gonna start calling him Arrow, and he's gonna be so pissed, and she's gonna
I love that kind of stuff.
ask me if
I
I
love that stuff. Ask me if I care. Yeah.
But she's kind of like pissed at him. Like he wasn't one of the ones who like really got on her nerves. But she's just like, you know what? You came to my planet and kidnapped me. So if I'm gonna call you something that's not your name,
Deal with it.
whatever.
So, you guys know that I'm Sako, right?
Yeah.
But there are lots of people who read it and still call me Sako, or they misspell Sako as an Socko, or I usually tell them to write it however they want to. It's just so that they say it right. But I don't even correct them when they call me Sako anymore.
It's like fine.
It's not worth it.
I mean, there are some people who call me Zara on AuthorTube, and it's like if they ask me directly, I'll say it, but like I always feel a little bit bad because like I don't want to embarrass them. But like in my videos, I don't upload that frequently, but like in every single video, I've pronounced my name the same way I have my whole life, where it's "Hi, I'm Zara," which rhymes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna admit that I'm kind of guilty of that.
Yeah, I have
like,
flipped back and forth on your name because I'm like, I could have sworn it's. Wait a minute, is it? Wait, what is it?
Sarah.
No, it's okay.
I'm like, Zara.
That's the thing is that my best friend, who I met when I was 2 years old, has always called me Zara. No matter how many times she hears me and my family, like obviously call me
you
Zara.
Sarah.
So I'm just like, I'm not offended, but there are certain people who like if they ask me and then they like clearly like weren't listening and then they ask me again, I'm like, I'm not gonna tell you, you already asked once, but like clearly didn't care enough to try. Whereas if someone's like, I'm sorry, I know you told me and I know it's this or this that I can't remember which one it is, then I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. I get
You
Nia.
you can always ask me because I know you guys care. Whereas some people are like, they just go with it and then they're like, oh, is that wrong? And I'm like, if you thought it was wrong, you should have asked me a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I get Nia and Naya all the time. So I'm like, I'm just
Which
gonna go
one-
with it. It's fine.
I've been
Nia,
calling you
right?
Nia this whole time.
It's Nia. It's Nia.
Nia.
I remember asking you.
You did.
On my channel, and I was like, "Wait, have I like did my brain like do the flip thing?"
My brain does the flip thing, and it's because I know someone else with your very similar name, and so it's like I literally will go, "Which one is she?"
It was Uzo said like if people, her mother, it said like if people can learn to say Tchaikovsky, they can learn to say your name.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know that's probably not the perfect actual quote, but it was Tchaikovsky. Was
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can pronounce all kinds of crazy names. Schwarzenegger. We have no problem pronouncing, European names. We can pronounce other people's names too. Come on. We just got to put some effort in. But yeah.
Okay.
Well, Schwarzenegger, we butcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
We butcher that name. Like, if you were to say it in like Austrian, that'd be totally different.
Totally different word.
How
Maybe he's just gone with it. He's like, whatever.
He's like, whatever.
Yeah, it's close.
Whatever. I made a lot of money. I've held power.
I was Mr. Universe. Now I'm a governor, and you know what?
I've been all the things.
I'm more awesome than you.
Yeah. I've been all the things. I'm good.
And I also in Japanese, it would be Zara, right? So
I feel like in most languages, the thing is that some people think Zara, the way I pronounce it, would have an H, but I read that
weird.
and I think like
that would be
adding the H would make me think it would be Zara more, and I'm just like I don't know what.
I think you're just up shit creek without a paddle.
I know I am.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah. Okay. If I'm wrong, please tell me. Alicia.
This is also my plight. Yeah. Yeah.
How many syllables is it? Because I would say
is it Alicia?
Alicia or Alicia?
The second I, like as its own syllable.
Oh, see, but we just said it both ways.
I know. So which one was it? Okay, I'm gonna say Alicia, and if that's it, you say yes, and if it's wrong, then we know.
Yeah.
all waiting. We will spread.
We're all waiting. And we're like,
How do we say it?
Alicia
We don't
Keys
want.
and Alicia Silverstone. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, okay. So that's Alicia.
That's a good way to do it though. But also my name is like, I think, I don't know. I think my mom just reads it that way, but she also might have fudged it for me because by naming me Zara with that pronunciation, she gets to honor both her grandmothers and her aunt.
Oh, nice.
Their name, Clara, Sarah, and Zita.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
Alicia, yeah.
Yeah, names.
Alicia. Oh, Alicia.
Alicia.
That's weird.
Okay, can I just say, when you see, okay, I'm gonna just put it up as a banner instead of a comment. Pronounce this name for me because I have something that I want to say that bugs the shit out of me.
Well, if we're doing
Hulk smash.
if we're doing Russian pronunciation, because it's a Russian name, it's Anastasia.
Anastasia.
Right.
But if it's American pronunciation, it's Anastasia.
Yeah, I would say Anastasia. Oh, but then if I'm talking to someone who I know, it's not. No, see, no, you don't want to make presumptions. You don't want to make
American or are they Russian?
Southern. How? But then you can't make assumptions anymore because people come from all over the place. So,
especially where I live, like holy cannoli.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me just say that how Jamie Dornan says this name in the 50 Shades movies is like some weird, like, can't make up his mind thing.
Oh.
Nuts.
Pronounce it one way forever.
Yeah.
But it's not even that. It's also just like, it's like he's saying, he's trying to do it like the Russian way, but it doesn't sound correct. He's like, Anastasia. It's like he draws it out too much. And I'm like,
Oh, maybe he's pronouncing Asia.
Yeah, but it's not,
Anna?
it's not the same.
It's just like, someone didn't study the script enough.
Anastasia.
Usually when you get a script, you practice it in front of people so that you're always pronouncing the things, the same way every time. Anastasia or Anastasia, yeah. Anastasia? Yeah.
Anna.
Because I grew up like with it as Anastasia because of the movie, like the animated movie that then got turned into a musical based on,
Oh, no, yes.
I'm not saying, and which was how they said it throughout the whole animated TV show, and then it became live action. Everyone's like, "Oh, it's Ong." It's like, no, it's not.
Dang.
Its name
Double
is
A.
Aang.
Double A-N-G. Ang.
Okay.
I know, right?
Everyone who comes here and like watches the replay, they're like, "What the hell is Anastasia?"
What does Anastasia have to do with anything?
Yeah, what's going on?
All right,
Bye, Regina.
It's awesome seeing you.
Magdalena.
Yeah, I would say
Magdalena.
I mean, I would say Magdalena as
I go by
Yeah.
I go by Magdalena.
Mm-hmm.
My first.
But I do it because it's a German, like that's a ancestor of mine. That's German, so I pronounce it as she would pronounce it.
Well, I think I do it based on Mary Magdalene, like kind of.
It was literally Avatar. Jackson
Yeah.
Rathbone pronounced it two different ways. Magdalena or Mag.
Magdalena.
Magde.
Lena.
Magdalene.
I spell
Ooh.
mine with an E, so Magdelena. So it's Magdalena.
Yeah, that's how I
Yeah.
would pronounce it, even though it was spelled with an
With
A.
an A. Mhm.
which is probably not right on my end, but yeah. What's her name? I'm curious, and then we will sprint, I swear.
Is it also a Magdalena?
Is it? I could also Google. I realize.
Yeah.
Atlas.
Atlas.
Wow.
Which I always thought of as a male name, but you know what? It's
I like the name Atlas.
gender neutral, whatever.
That's cool.
I know female Jameses and female Charlies, and well, because Charlie is short for Charlotte, but
There are
Yeah.
certain names that, like, since joining AuthorTube, people are like,
Frank.
oh, they no, where they like assume it's the other gender, and I'm like, oh, I grew up assuming it was the other one, where it's like
Oh,
it's
yeah.
where it is a unisex name, but I never thought about it because I
like
only
Courtney.
one gender.
Yeah.
It.
Courtney, Morgan, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
people are like, oh, and I'm like, oh, I assume the opposite because of what I know.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yep.
I was well
Like the-
into middle school before I met a male Courtney.
I have never met a male Courtney.
I have met
We're
one.
usually girly black men.
Yes, I was gonna say I've met a Courtney, and he was a guy.
Yeah, he's a guy.
I was like, I'm thinking the only male named Courtney that I know is the actor Jay
All the
Courtney.
A's
That's
with
his
the
last
sound,
name.
darling.
That's the last name.
Because vowels in German are always pronounced that way, where we kind of like flip back and forth at times.
Mhm.
Like German vowels are very consistent.
Yeah, we're very hodgepodge here. I like that when I pronounce something in Spanish, I can figure out how to pronounce it because it is a Spanish name. It's like, oh, okay, so the I's and the E's are different, and just makes life easier. Not in America though, because we do all kinds of stuff here.
Also,
And
we're-
my southern accent just came out.
but like we're never consistent. There's read and read alone.
Lead and lead and
Like all of those. Okay. And
which now my grammatical programs are like, no, lead is LED. And I was like, oh,
Really?
okay.
That's like a different kind of.
As in you formerly led someone?
Yeah.
well, no, I mean I know that too, but there's also
But red and red, like what? Or red and
That
green.
stays. Yeah.
there's red and
red
read,
and red.
but yeah.
That's annoying.
Yeah, and my dictation thing never gets gets the right one. It's kind of annoying.
Oh no. Yes, I want to be an alpha reader for it, Shanice. Yeah, Black PLL/Heathers. I was like, sign me up.
Yeah, that sounds actually really cool.
I had something to say and it totally left my mind, so we're gonna sprint instead. Okay.
All right, let's do it.
2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone.
Whee!
How'd it go?
Great. I wrapped up a scene.
Hey.
Yay,
I'm-
Glory!
We had one
Hey,
friend
Glory.
together.
How are you doing, Glory?
Oh, pretty good. I just woke up, well, an hour ago, but
Yeah,
it takes
it's
at
a
least
process.
2 hours. Yeah, it takes at least 2 hours for my brain to fully boot. So, hi.
Glory was
I feel you.
Glory was like, "Oh, in the feature," and I'm like, "Well, I'm still going if you want to come up."
Holy crap.
What?
Yeah, Tom and I just taking shifts.
Awesome.
So, what's going on?
I received a text that was longer than most books.
Oh,
And I guess I'll be taking the next sprint to parse that apart and figure out what he was trying to say.
okay. Because you said, "Holy shit!" I was like, "Oh my god, are you okay?"
Yeah, I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I'm just not sure what this lady's trying to tell me.
Violet, the answer is until I run out of co-hosts. So I have put this out for every person who's ever gone on the channel before. And some people said, "Oh, maybe," and they haven't yet. And then I kind of just badgered Glory into it. I was like, "Oh, or my brother Tom will show up," but Glory was awake. I was like, "So, does that matter or not?"
You did not badger me. It was just like, yeah, I guess I could. Let me finish my morning med routine and I'll be over there. I'm still in my jammies, I'm like, meh.
Yes,
That's the way to do it.
I felt
Yeah.
that.
I'm like all comfy. It's nice. Just
Yeah.
chilling.
Yeah. I went ahead and got dressed this morning because I was like, I don't know how long we're going, and I knew I had an appointment, so I wanted to be like roll out ready,
Yeah,
Yes.
in the same
And
boat.
plus, that helped me wake up for 9 o'clock in the morning. So I was like, okay, let's go ahead and get dressed. Do the thing.
I just realized that Shanice wasn't in the Instagram chain. My bad. So I'm gonna text her the StreamYard link so she can hop on. Where?
Awesome.
Oh my God, hold on, wait. I'm looking at my double monitor and I'm just like, where are your messages? And the answer is I closed them. That's why I couldn't find it.
Ah,
Because I use multiple desktop spaces on each of my monitors. So it's not just like, oh, you have 2 desktops. It's like I have 5 maybe, and I gotta switch between them.
Can't imagine.
Okay.
I just like to keep, 5,000 tabs open at any given
That's
time.
me.
Right?
That's me.
That's why, I have to have, a workhorse laptop just to process.
Just to process
I might
Chrome.
need this tab in a month.
Yeah, my kids are always like, close some of these. I'm like, I'm going to need it. Just
Oh my
leave
God.
it there.
Well, the thing is that I closed my mom's tab on her laptop, her iPad, and her iPhone, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't realize how I had all these," and I'm like, "Well, that's why your device loses battery so quickly."
Yeah.
That's what they keep telling me. They'll randomly grab my phone and just start closing. They're like, "Mom, you have every app, like Google, Safari, you've got them all open on your phone, and every one of them has 90 tabs." You're like, "This was from 10 months ago. You don't need it, Mom."
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I do that for my mom, and but if it's something that she's shopping for, I'm like, "Your card expired, just so you know." This is not me removing something to try and save you money. This is it didn't go through with it, so I'm
Right.
I used to just do the save for read later in Safari, but I now mostly use Chrome. But anyway, if it's something that I know I need to find, I create a note for it, in my notes app with the link, but also something that I can search for and find it again very quickly.
Right.
yeah. I'm pretty sure I bookmark too and still leave the tabs open.
I have Telegram on my laptop, and I have a private group that's just me. No one else can see it. And that's where I put these tab dumps in, because I can search the group and I can go back to it as many times. But like what I find when I bookmark in the browser, I'm like, I'm never going back there because there's no context. Versus like with Telegram, I could type in after I put the link in, like, what is this about? Why did I care? You know,
Why
what
did
is
I
the
mark
significance?
this? Yeah.
Right. And so I do find that works better, like for my brain. Not that I think it would work for normal people, but just for me.
Are any of us normal?
Are
Writers.
writers normal?
We're writers.
Normal.
We're not normal.
Our browser history is not normal.
No.
Oh, by the way, speaking of that, I created an Amazon book list of things that you could read to maybe not raise FBI red flags in your history.
That's hilarious.
So I'll
You know,
do that.
Oh, I'm absolutely certain the FBI are very familiar with me. We have a long history that goes back like 25 years.
My book list is called "We're Writers, Not Criminals."
Right. But like in one of my Amazon wish lists, there is definitely that book. What is it? The Book of Writer Poisons. And it's like, one day, baby, I'm going to buy you used and you're going to come home with me. Because I mean, what a good, because it's one of the very few books I ever came across in a library that was well researched. You know, it wasn't just poisons, and a lot of these are not accurate, which most of the poison books I've read, they're more fiction than realistic. It was truly, I was like, oh, this is how you become a serial killer. Okay, I need this book.
Oh, yeah.
I was just like, to be able to accurately kill characters, woohoo!
Yeah. I remember researching like belladonna. Where would it grow? Can you grow it? Who grows it? How much do you need?
How do you make
it really do? Yeah.
I have researched, how do you make an effective tincture that lasts for more than a week before, you know, the effectiveness expires? Because ballerinas, ladies' maids have actually written about this, mostly in Italian, but thank God people have translated. Like, it's like, I swear, I am not a criminal.
Yeah, I'm not planning anything except for a book.
I mean, I'm planning a lot, but it's all fictional.
Right?
Right? I mean, I originally, when I was a teenager, wanted to be an herbalist, but at the time, like a medical herbalist, a real trained one. But in America, it was like, oh, honey, no. So I had to go find a different career path.
Yeah.
Because it was the 90s, so there wasn't much in the way of like accredited education.
That's true.
Yeah.
It was more like men who already in the 90s on the internet had bad reputations as far as sexual harassment. And I'm like, I'm going to yeet out of this program right now.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Gloria and I are of the same generation.
Yes.
90s education. You guys don't know how lucky y'all are.
Don't know.
Hey,
No idea.
I am not as young as you think I am.
Sako, you can't be a day over 22. I'm just telling you. Like, you can say all you want, but I don't believe you because you are a good writer. And so I know that it's just fiction you're telling. It's like, oh no, I swear. I'm like, I remember the 90s like firsthand. No, you don't, sweetheart. No, you don't.
I was class of 2000. Like the entirety of my schooling was 90s. Yeah.
Yay! All right, you guys came just in time.
Yes.
You're never gonna stop this.
I know. Well, I have a hard end of like 4:30 Eastern because I have an appointment at 5. But yeah, I'm happy to keep going. So
yeah, I can relate. I have an appointment at 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm just
so do I.
I have no idea what you would be doing.
And your thing's at 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So I have an appointment at 2:30, and then I have an appointment for when I get back because I have been told to just jump on in.
Just jump in. Yeah. It's gonna be a wild show. We've got so many people, and I'm like, oh, thank goodness.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I'll
You just sit
come
back.
and watch it on replay, but I'll be excited to hear it.
You are not obligated to watch it. I'm just saying, if you're like, I could vacuum to this, go for it. You know?
Right.
No, I like watching your stuff. It's just I have a very important appointment at 5 that I can't just be like, yo, I decided to hang out with my friends instead.
Yeah, exactly. So, while we're talking about pronunciations, is Shanice or is it? I butchered it. Okay.
And
So fun
she-
fact,
Shanice.
the way I say my name is not the way it's actually pronounced.
Okay.
Good. Let's find this out. We're about to learn.
So,
Yeah.
I say Shanice,
Okay.
That's what I've always said.
but that's not my name.
Oh.
And it's not a very a drastic difference. It's actually Shanice.
God.
Okay.
Yeah.
My sister is like that. Everybody always says her name one way, but it's the ah in it.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter the same way. We all just roll with it.
Yep. So my mom,
That
my
I hear it now.
sister,
You want me to
immediate
switch?
family all call me Shanice. I just say Shanice.
Do you want me to switch?
No.
I have a name that my family calls me, and then I have like the name that the world calls me, and they are not necessarily the same name, right? And so like people are like, should I call you? And I'm like, no, don't ever call me the name that my family calls me ever.
It's weird hearing it from people who aren't family.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like it's almost my daughter says it's almost like how do they know that's how you so yeah. Like pronounce it wrong because how do you know?
Yeah.
It's like
Then it's funny
Well,
because like
who told you?
I've only ever heard you say Shanice, so I'm like, I assumed I was okay if that's how the person says
no,
it.
I mean that's
Right.
Right on.
But it's funny because so my sister, whenever she is like picking on me, will call me Shanice.
The dragging here.
And the running joke is that so when I was probably about like 19, 20, I was really, really bad with credit cards, and I'd have credit collectors call my home phone while I was in college and leave voicemails for me. And she was in like high school. And they would all be like, this is for Shanice Littlejohn. And she'd be like, is there a Shanice here that I don't know about?
I love it. I love it.
That's great.
Yeah, I've only ever seen the way your name is spelled pronounced Shanice, at least where I live. So it didn't even occur to me.
Yeah.
Of
Well, and also,
Shanice,
so
like,
everyone pronounces it that way because of the singer from the 90s.
Yeah.
80s. So, but my name, my mom, I don't even think my mom knew about her. My name is actually a combination of her name and my biological father's name.
okay.
So, fun fact, if I were a boy, my name would be Nishan. So,
I mean, you were always going to be here, essentially.
Yeah.
So in my family, we always have like a girl version and a boy version. So even with my cousin Jalen, we had a boy version and a girl version of his name. And Lynn was always going to be a part of his name,
Oh
whether
my
he was
gosh.
a boy or a girl.
Are we related? Because you're talking, I'm like, this is just like my family.
Yeah.
Because the reason why I said what happens with my sister and my daughter is because my daughter's name is a combination of my husband and my sister's name. So it's that same pronunciation in my sister's name. So that's hilarious.
Yeah,
And also with your husband.
So yep.
Yep, mutton.
Yep.
Mia, I don't want to kick you out because I love
I gotta go.
You did say you had to leave 5 minutes.
I do have to go. So bye guys. Thank
See
you guys
later.
for having me. It
Drop
was
me
a
a
lot of
line.
fun. And yes, I will see you later.
All
I'm
right.
looking for my mouse and I don't have my mouse. I have to go on my laptop. Bye guys.
Okay.
What a doll.
You two latecomers. I need you to pick trees. So I'm gonna.
Okay, you did send me pictures.
Yes, and I gotta send Shanice the pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, so do I just tell you which one?
Tell me the number in the private chat.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? You can pick 3. And Sako, if you want to pick 3 more, and Shanice, you can pick 3 once I send you the picture. Because that way I don't have to ask you after every single round and be like, again.
Picking. Aw. Yes. Definitely doing that one.
I don't see the trees.
No, I'm texting it to you.
Oh, okay.
She's sending it to you. Yeah, she'd already sent it to me last night.
Yeah, why is my phone not letting me send the photos? I selected them. Hello?
Conspiracy.
Always with me. Always. Every time we do anything with this in our
The
phone.
gremlins are afoot, y'all. Like,
Gremlins
they're
are
serious right now.
Jeez. Oh my God.
So
If I do them one at a time, it's letting me, but I don't know, whatever. Who cares?
Can I repeat trees? Is that
Yes.
something I can do?
Do whatever you want. It's chaos. I'm apparently channeling Kate.
Maggie, you're killing me in the chat here. I'm just dying inside with laughter. Also, like, Google never asked me for my location until, and I'm like, ooh, there's so much to unpack with that one.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it gets complicated when you're like, how do I debone a person?
Okay, Hannibal Lecter.
I'm just with Maggie. Like, she literally has talked about it before, and I was like, these are important questions now that I think about it, because
I am not accepting any dinner invitations from you.
Come on, my kitchen's kosher.
Hannibal Lecter says, I'm having a friend for dinner. It means something that I don't want to happen.
They're just thought experiments. I'm not going to ruin my own kitchen. I mean, that's what camping is for, right?
Indeed.
I'm so sorry. There.
Sorry, not sorry.
It's just writer humor.
Oh, no, I love it. But you're going to have a hell of a time getting me to accept a dinner invitation.
We'll sous vide it.
ooh. I'm caught
You
between
could
two
always
trees.
cater it I'll come visit you. And you can cater it.
Okay. So, let me...
Yes, Maggie is our elder.
Okay, let me check my banners and stuff.
Can I pick 4 trees?
Sure. Shanice, if Shanice is picking a 4th tree, Glory and Sako pick a 4th tree.
Because I can pick.
This, yeah.
And you'll see why when you see the tree.
Okay, please deal with us while we do this admin stuff that I normally do way before I have co-hosts on, when I know the lineup way in advance, which I did not today at all.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I like that one. Okay.
We're gonna do Glory's first. What again? Okay. Oh, we're doing another Victoria. Kelly would be happy if she were here. Okay, I'll just keep coming back to what you guys wrote down. Why am I interested in looking at 29? Oh, yeah. Okay, we are going to start the sprint with people in the fourth room. I gotta add new links. So I added a link for Glory. I have Sako's and Shanice. Do you want the link that where to hire you, or your email, or which one would you prefer?
Either or.
It's about the money.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
the money.
It's about the money. Hi. We all have to like
Make a living.
keep electricity on. It's really important to writers.
Indeed.
Just saying.
Okay.
Okay.
Banner so that I don't forget to later. Okay. So people are in the room. So let me just share the link. A turtle that is red. I like your username. Hello.
Yay, Katerina! Glad you could make it.
Yeah, normal, perfect, but boring. Claudia came in. Brenda came in, but I did open your comment earlier. Chloe, I believe. Priestess in red. Yes, I wanted to put you up on screen, and then I forgot to because we were talking about stuff. I don't even know what we were talking about at that point, but we talked about a lot. Okay, so 15 minutes sprint. Glory picked this 3. And is that the last thing I need to do? I'm just going to put the link for the first room in the chat in case someone wants to click it through there instead of 6R5 FCS. 6R5. Oh.
N is in Nelly or M is in Mary?
6 Romeo 5 Foxtrot. I forgot what the C is.
I can't remember either. I'm not functioning.
But C as in cat and then alpha, but I know the C is not in
The
military.
C is Charlie.
Charlie, thank you. I like did all this research for my novel, and then like I haven't actually used that in a while. So it's
Yeah, it
was for book 1, and I'm writing book 3, and I'm like forgot.
My mom works for she's like an aviation coordinator or something, so she had to learn all of that like years ago.
Yeah.
And yeah. She uses it very
part of your upbringing, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, I mean that's great because when Moon Bunny Creative is here, they're also like knows it, and then Chronoyami also knows it because worked at a call center, and I'm just like, oh look, all these people who know it so much better than me. Have my back. Okay, so people are in the fourth room, and we're going to start in once I click on the proper things in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. How'd we do?
Not as good as I wanted. It's okay. I'm at that point that we were talking about where like that whole Dark Night of the Soul.
Ooh, I'm excited to read it. I'm sorry you're probably having a minor Dark Night of the Soul while writing the Dark Night of the Soul.
And I'm just like, oh, the betrayal.
I'm here, I swear.
Nice robe.
My oh, here we go. Yeah, my destiny robe from the video game. I'm a dork.
Congrats.
Nice.
Nice. That's awesome.
Glory, how'd you do? Sako, what'd you do aside from, glowing up
I
with the robe? Oh, I mean, like a robe is so fancy.
Hey, robe is so fancy. I smoked a cigarette
Good stuff.
and read the text, the very disturbing texts that I was getting from my friend.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to make sure she's safe. That's all.
Yeah. If you need to hop off to,
I am pondering it.
okay. Yeah, let me know. This is not the end. I just got the two co-hosts up top. And Sako's been with me for hours.
Yes.
Molly was on screen earlier. I invited her back and she's like, I got some domestic stuff to do away from the computer, so I can't, but she's in the chat still.
Nice.
Klacha reread and got 14 words. I wrote, let's see. I wrote 86 words. But I was mostly munching and not actually writing a print, so I'm happy with that.
Right on.
Open the Word document. That's okay. That's always the first step. Awesome.
Woo.
Nice.
I like how the little one is all in caps, like the little
That's the name.
Little one.
Little one.
it's an ominous creature.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Glory, did I ask how you did or did I forget? I probably forgot.
I was working on my Instagram post for today's show.
Yes.
So that was what I was like, let me just finish this. Because I put the forest on my phone, so I had to do it on my tablet because I'm like, let me try to type on this terrible keyboard. Okay.
Yeah, I realize I'm still logged in under yours.
Tom's awake again.
Hi, Tom.
Hey. Yeah, I can only social so much, and then
Yeah, he peopled out. He's got about a 3-hour limit, to be perfectly honest. He has a 3-hour people limit and then gone.
I don't doubt that. Yep.
I relate.
I relate.
Yeah. Dad was just like that, like 3 hours, and Dad's like, well, I'm going to go. And he would just go take a nap like at someone's house. Just, if we were there for a barbecue, like Dad would find a couch or sometimes a floor and just take an hour nap, and then he'd be fine again to people again.
See, I don't take naps. I just leave.
I mean, yeah, I am learning how to just walk out of a party. It's not natural for me.
Yeah.
Really?
deep fried brunch.
Okay.
You sometimes refer to Luna as the little one. You also call her other things, though, so I understand.
A tiny bit of more sugar because
Sure.
the collagen's a little salty.
Does this
Tom's
mean
gonna
you're
make
using
coffee.
Maggie, or you're just going to use writing sprints to not write but bake going forward?
Baking.
Ooh, I need pictures, Maggie. I'm gonna need you to slide in there.
I ordered, because I finished all of my work before noon, I'm rewarding myself with ice cream. Excuse me.
I'm trying to think. I don't necessarily know my limit numerically because it also depends on the people and like what's happening. But once I hit my limit, I'm like, you might see me in a week.
See, I can feel my limit coming, and then when it hits, it's like, all right, if I don't go right now, then I'm gonna get like irritated. And irritated me is like angry me.
Yeah.
So it's not good for either of us. So I'm just gonna dip. Yeah.
My husband is, he has grown into quite the introvert since he stopped drinking. And like, he has always been the sort not to say goodbye before he leaves. So when he's peopled out, he is peopled out and he pieces right out.
Mm-hmm. I love peopling, but I understand not everybody is like that. And I don't like all peopling, like crowds. Oh no, I have to flee. It's not, but like meaningful conversations. Oh, I could do that 20 hours a day. That would be, maybe like my body wouldn't be thrilled about it, but I would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, my limit is definitely lower than that.
Well, I mean, as I said, like, my body is like, no, we can do maybe 4.
Yay. My ice cream's almost here. Yay.
My
Yay.
sister's a Houdini. In like the worst way.
Your sister is what?
A Houdini just disappears.
In like the worst possible way.
Yeah.
My only concern when people disappear is, are they okay, or are they like fallen under something and we just don't see them? Like,
Well, with her, she's fine. She does like, it's usually when we have to do like a chore as a family. So like yard work,
Oh, that's I gotcha.
or like we're all cleaning the house, and she's like, I've got to go to the bathroom. And 30 minutes have gone by, and it's like, is she taking a massive dump, or like, where has she fallen in? What's going? Go check on your sister. And I go check every single bathroom, and she is nowhere to be found. And I check every single bedroom, and she is nowhere to be found.
wow.
And it's like, where did she go? Needless to say, as I'm wandering through every room, she's like moving from room to room, like Carlson.
That is brilliant in a slow-mo chase.
Literally.
Sneaky.
And like, like it is one of the most interesting talents that I've ever seen, because she does it in particular when she wants to either get out of something or doesn't want to get into trouble.
Right.
And then
her avoidance
trouble.
A+ then.
Well, I mean, like, I live in the Deep South, and the whole watch this, hold my beer is a real problem. Like, culturally, as well as I think, honestly, there's a genetic level of fear of like, so it's truly I just went under your house during the party to check on this, and then I got stuck, and then no one could hear me because y'all were jamming so hard. And so that's what I mean when I'm like, are you okay? Like, just message me of like, hey, we went to go get hot dogs. Bye. Like, that's fine. Yeah. I just need to know you're not stuck under a car, a house, stuck in someone's pipes, in their bathroom because you just want to fix something real quick.
Mm-hmm. Oh no!
Human cats is the problem here in the Deep South. Like, sweet-natured, overly curious, maybe needing a buddy to like go get help.
Yeah. Well put.
See, I'm in the South too, but not the. I wouldn't call North Carolina the Deep South. North Carolina is like
I wouldn't call it the Deep South either.
I guess North Carolina is part of New South.
New South.
New South? That's a thing?
Oh, yeah. Like, Atlanta is part of the New South. Like,
yeah. Actually, we do have a museum here that's actually called the Living Museum of the New South.
Yes,
part of the New South.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
And, like, the Florida Panhandle is part of the New South as well. But, like, where I am, I'm in Mississippi. I'm in South Mississippi.
Oh, wow.
That is, like, the only place more Deep South than that is North Mississippi, where...
In certain parts of Alabama.
Oh, we look down on Alabama.
Yeah,
And they look down on us. So it's mutual, even though once upon a time Mississippi and Alabama used to be part of the same province or
It's
same
like North
territory.
and South Carolina.
Yes, kind of,
Fun
yeah.
fact, the reason why we have those lines is based purely off of sweet tea and barbecue. Literally, the way that the line between North and South Carolina is drawn is literally when you cross that line, the barbecue is weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's not normal. I don't know why they make their barbecue.
I can't say anything. Mississippi sweet is a real type of sweet tea and a real type of barbecue sauce, and it is sweet.
Yes.
It turns your blood into molasses.
Yes, you can pour it over pancakes, both of them.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. People look at me weird when I'm like, "Oh no, I have unsweet tea with monk fruit," and they're like, "How dare you? How could you be Southern?" And I'm like, "I got type 1 diabetes. Guess what? Don't want to die."
Mm-hmm. See, and I had
Very noble.
I cut out sugar.
Oh, people don't give me a break on that. They're like, "You could find a way if you cared." And I'm like, "This is toxic."
It's like, I'm sorry, I would rather live.
Right.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm very committed to living.
It's like, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but I would like to be able to live, period.
Right.
That is
Exactly.
nice when you're breathing.
I feel like it's very important. Brain activity, majorly important.
Yeah.
I have so much to do in this world. I am not done.
Sorry, I put up the wrong banner. I meant, I also got rid of the other banner. That's not what I want. There we go.
There we go.
I am
Stretch,
very
hydrate, save your working
make
health,
this
smash the
book.
like button if you haven't yet, please. As internet parent, aka Moon Bunny Creative, aka Sage Gordon Davis would say. Yeah, and then this is the code for the next forest room, and I think everyone is in it who wants to be. So the moment we
Shanice, what were you saying?
I'm a little frustrated right now because I was trying to make this book only 27 chapters and
it's not working out that way.
You know, the book is kind of becomes its own sentient creature at a point.
It's already written. It's the thing.
text me. I wanna go deeper into this because we've had like hours long phone conversations about this story. So
Yeah.
I wanna know what's up. Okay, people are now just talking about food.
Yeah, I would agree with Kelly. The hill people are definitely in Alabama. And there's okay hill people, and there's don't even just get back in the car. Just get back in the car. So
I want
yeah,
to drive through certain parts of the South specifically. It's interesting to me because I didn't know that a lot of people didn't know that sundown towns were still a thing.
oh yeah.
Like I didn't know that people didn't know.
Oh, Shanice, I found out the hard way. Sundown towns are real in Pennsylvania. What
Virginia too.
Versus like Mississippi has we haven't had a sundown town in about 15 years as far as everywhere I've gone and could find, but like everyone around here still knows what that is.
Okay, ignorant New Yorker here. Translation?
It's a town that you don't want to be black at sundown.
Certain towns after sunlight.
Right. Like you better not be in that town or that county.
There are specific towns, like when I go down to Atlanta, it turns into a 5-hour drive instead of a 3-hour drive because I have to take a specific route around South Carolina because I don't want to get shot and murdered.
Yeah.
In daylight, let alone at night. So,
but yeah, I'm like, we have like in Mississippi, we've worked hard to get rid of all those sundown towns and all the stinking thinking about it. And then Pennsylvania's still got this going on because the problem is Tom in the summertime can tan to the point that when he was driving through Pennsylvania with our little sister, they had people explain to them when they stopped at a diner at 3 p.m., this is a sundown town. You don't need to be here within 2 hours. And I'm like, I should have come, being the big pushy older sister, like, and also this is as dark as I get. But anyway, people don't think that Tom and I are related in the summer. and they think we're dating, and it's gross. So it's gross. But they're like, but you can't possibly relate. I'm like, but it's because they're just choosing skin color as the only explanation. But yeah, I was like, are you kidding me? Sundown towns in Pennsylvania. This whole thing about the South, it's not just the South.
Oh no.
There's sundown towns in Illinois still, because we found that out when we drove through Illinois a couple summers ago. And everybody was fine when I walked into the diner, but as soon as he walked in, it was like you could feel the chill. And I like to push people. So I said to the waitress, she's like, oh, are you just driving through? I'm like, oh, I'm thinking about buying a house here for me and my brother. Oh, and that's how we found out it was the sundown town, because she like actually told, I'm like, oh, I will push. Oh, I will use this skin tone to just flush them out.
We need people like you.
Well, I mean, like, it's not like I can change a whole town, you know? I wish I could, but I like to mess with them. I mean, I can't change
I know,
the
but
world.
there are some people who like have your skin tone and are like, don't do anything.
Yeah.
I have inadvertently ended up at KKK slumber parties as a child and was like, I have to get a ride out now. And calling my father at like 9 o'clock at night. The man goes to sleep at 8. And like, Daddy, wake up, get in the car, get me now. And he's like, why? And I'm like, I will explain later. I cannot talk. And he's like, okay. And like one of the other girls saw me just slide in my slumber, my
Sleeping bag
out of the room and like, essentially staging my stuff. And she was like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm not staying. They're burning a cross down the street. It was the parents of this house. And she's like, give me 5 seconds. And she just grabbed her stuff and like, I could hear Dad's car and I am like running to the car and she's just tagging along. I'm like, get me out of here. Because they thought this color of skin meant that I felt that way.
Holy shit.
Also because my mother would only let me have not chocolate, regular milk at school. And apparently that's a white supremacist thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
My mother was a hippie and was like, no, you can't have extra sugar. So I was like, yeah, it was me being this pale and also only drinking white milk, because that was how they used to call it. You want chocolate or white? And my mother was very explicit with the teachers if she doesn't get chocolate milk. She just not need any more sugar in this world.
Right, but no one else understood that your
No,
mom
they just assumed that she's trying to, because these people actually believe that chocolate milk will make your skin darker. I'm not joking.
Okay, there are 2 questions I quickly want to address. Well, one is the Force Room is a productivity app in the App Store for Android and iPhone. And if you get the paid version, which is I think $1.99 one-time purchase, you can unlock the plant together mode so that if you haven't unlocked a special tree, then you can still get it if you know someone who is planting that and invites you to the room. And the whole point is that you set a timer and you don't touch your phone during that time. And if you don't touch your phone in that time, the digital tree, like all the pretty ones that we've been planting, this is cherry blossom, and this is the one that we're going to be doing after. My ring light got in the way. Knew it. But if you look at a lot of the thumbnails on my channel, you can see all the different trees that we've planted and stuff. The more that you use the app and don't kill the virtual tree by letting the timer run out that you set to not touch your phone, you get these things called focus time, and then they're coins, and you unlock the new things. Also,
and if you're like me and forget that you have set your phone to deep focus, and then you go and decide that you're hungry and go on to Postmates, then you will kill a tree. So if you think you're gonna get hungry and want to order Postmates, then set your phone to out of deep focus mode.
Yeah, turn off
so that you don't kill the tree for everybody else who's working in group focus.
And then for everyone else on screen, a specific.
So in Pennsylvania,
And then we will sprint after everyone has had their say about this very important topic that I
I
mean.
think it's a very important topic. It's a big deal. If you don't know about it, then yeah, it still needs to be known.
So
Yeah.
my mom is Pennsylvania Dutch, which is German that came stateside in the 1700s and just kept speaking German. However, they are one part redneck to one part Amish.
It's
And
kind of wild.
yeah, and so she married a Japanese man. And they just got it out of the army, and they're in Elizabethville, PA, near Harrisburg. And he walks into a bar, and the bartender says, "We don't serve your kind here. Get the fuck out." And they're like, "No, that's Becky's new son-in-law." And they're like, "Oh, that's different. That's on the house. The first drink's on the house." And like, that wasn't that long ago, you know? So like.
So meanwhile, in the Carolinas, I'm what you call Afro-Indigenous. I don't like that term because I don't actually recognize any part of Africa in my family. I'm not African American, I'm Black. So I'm actually technically Black Native. But I also have family members who are Hispanic. I have family members who are white. And we all go on trips together all the time. We've been to Florida, we've been to Georgia, we've been to Maine, we've been to the Outer Banks, we've been to Myrtle Beach. And when we are all together, we will all get stopped if we drive through the sun downtown. It does not matter that I have my white aunt in the car with me, or my Colombian aunt in the car with me, or my white cousins who were adopted in the car with me. We're all together. We don't take your kind here. And you three over there are bleeping lovers. So we definitely don't take your kind. So, yeah.
Yep.
The level of racism within sundown towns is very specific to the region, I would say. And racism in general is specific to society because race is a societal norm. It's a social construct. So when specific white people determine what is socially acceptable versus what is not, for certain white people, Asian people might be socially acceptable, or Hispanic people might be socially acceptable. Hispanic people who look white might be socially acceptable. As long as you don't look Black, you might be socially acceptable. My Colombian aunt looks white. Like, I'm talking green eyes, straight Black hair, skin almost as pale as Sako's, like white, okay? But she's from Colombia. She's from Medellin, okay? And when I tell you that if she were by herself in Florida, certain places in Florida, she is still not allowed to go. But upstate New York, she's fine. Even though there are sundown towns in New York.
Oh, yeah.
Because of her proximity to whiteness. So that's a very complex question, and I'm glad you asked.
Yeah, it really is.
It's a very complex question.
It's messed up, period.
I knew it was going to be complex, but I was like, I am not going to touch, because like I know when I don't know something, and I'm going to let the people who know something about it talk about it.
And to be clear, like I kind of wanted to touch a little bit because I know I mentioned like Asian people with regards to like white acceptability. So let me be clear when I say this: the model minority myth is a myth. It does not exist.
Oh my God.
And it is a myth that was created to keep Black people and Asian people at odds against each other to benefit white supremacists.
High five.
Okay.
Well put.
So, and everybody thinks it's that little triangle that looks like this. Like, it's literally like white, black, and Asian, that's not the triangle. The triangle is turned the other way, right? So it's black, Asian, white at the top. Okay.
Well, and Hispanic's in there somewhere.
Hispanic is definitely right along that line with white.
Yeah.
With Asian and Hispanic, and so are indigenous people, and so I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but Indian people are also lumped in with Asian, even though they're, what is it, West Asian?
Well, so the thing is that when people say Asian, they only think of like China and Japan,
right? They only think
Korea,
East Asian,
but
Indian people.
There's
Indian
like
people,
South Asian,
South
Korean
Asian,
people are
yeah.
also Asian.
Yeah.
Right? If you're
But South Asians will
nationality
also
is from
Asians will get mistaken for being Middle Eastern and then being called terrorists
Exactly.
and things
South
like
Asian.
that.
That's
So
the reason. South Asian.
yeah,
or being black for that matter.
yeah. So basically, if you're South
Which
Asian,
is where
it's
where the
different.
whitening creams come from and everything like that.
Yeah.
Right.
If you're South Asian, most people don't recognize you as Asian unless they're from another Asian country.
And even then,
But yeah, no, there are still problems among that. But if you're South Asian and you're among white people, you normally get lumped in with Black or Middle Eastern and that and all of those racist issues. So the thing is that like the quote unquote model minority, like no one has ever thought to ask me how I feel about racism, how it directly affects me until all the violence started happening because of the pandemic. And because I was born in China, I mean, people in China will look at me and be like, "Oh, you're Chinese," and some people will be like, "Oh, like you're not fully Chinese," because they can tell that my eyes are a different shape. And I'm not getting into that right now, but like, no one is like the model minority doesn't help anyone. And Asian people, while they are in the top 10% of like earners in this country, they are also in the bottom 10% of this country because people won't hire people who have a strong accent, and like English is their second or maybe third language, and they're trying, but like, yes. So the minority is a myth.
Yep. And as much as I love Crazy Rich Asians, films and books and shows like that only show Asian people within the top 1% are also neglecting the Asian people who are also immigrants, who are in the bottom and are floating along that poverty line, who are
living really below the poverty line,
floating right alongside Black people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, and the reason why I think Black people think that Asian people have it so much better is because of the shows like, what is that one, something in Singapore that just came on Netflix?
Or like Fresh Off the Boat or
anything
anything like
show
that
came on Netflix, and then Crazy Rich Asians and all these other things that are, and I love those shows. I'm living for those shows. They are amazing. But also, I strongly feel like Mrs. Kim's Convenient Shop is an amazing show because that's great, and it's very, very true to like the Asian American experience of like just everyday normal people living in America. But it's also, I also want to see, Asian people living in the hood, because Asian people do live in the hood.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think that.
And racism among Asians is like,
oh my God, it's
super nuts.
Yeah,
it's super nuts. So take that and take it into America.
And let me just say, for all my Black people out there, I love you guys, okay? I love you. But when we're talking about Stop Asian Hate, okay, Asian people created that hashtag. Do not exit out and say Stop White Supremacy, because you are silencing Asian voices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love you. We all have our struggle. We need to band together. Okay?
We need to band together.
Do not silence other people because of the experiences that we have had. We all have had experiences, and they are all very valid. But with that said, we don't need to silence other voices to lift our own. We all need to help each other.
You know what really gets my goat is the Remembrance Day for Japanese internment. Right? right? And the Japanese community banded together and said never again. If this were to ever happen again, especially after 9/11, oh God, they were like, this will never happen in the US ever again. Yet here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the Japanese community?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that gets my goat real hard. Like
And
those camps need to be closed.
Mm-hmm.
I also really don't need Black people bringing up every instance of anti-Black violence that Asian people have had against them as a reason for not supporting Asian people in the hate. Like, I'm so sorry. I get it. It's happened to me. That is not a reason for Asian people to die.
There was I'm forgetting the actor's names because he's not someone that I normally like watch, but
Daniel Day.
Maybe
Daniel Day Kim.
Yeah.
He said something and I was like, oh, I don't like this. All right.
Yeah, no,
I'm
okay,
not
so he
gonna
had
say
tweeted
anything because I'll be silencing
something
his
about
voice
some
or silencing his voice.
Yeah, he had tweeted some there was some young white guy who committed a crime, shocker. And he was like, it's not about his race, like he committed a crime, there should be something. And then he shared a news story about someone who happened to be a Black man who attacked an Asian elder. And then Black people on Twitter started being like, oh, he's making it about race. And I'm like, I was like, the guy had a really long rap sheet of like assault. And I'm like, yes, I understand that there are things that this is not like clean and cut and dry, especially given certain books that I've had to read. And just like, I know it's complicated, but he's not attacking the guy for being Black. He's saying this guy attacked an Asian elder and that's not okay.
And that's not okay.
And it was funny to me because I think for me, I immediately had a gut reaction because for me, it was like, I don't like that he just mentioned that this guy was like a thug and that he was a Black thug at that. But like, also, what are you if you have already got a rap sheet? But like, also, like, are you your worst mistake? But like, being Black does not make you a thug. So like, I had so many emotions.
Same.
So, but what I ended up doing was I ended up retweeting it and I said, I don't like what he said here. I don't like how he framed either of these sentences, but Stop Asian Hate is not about me. So I'm just going to block Daniel Day Kim and I'm going to continue the movement because it's really not about me. It's about Asian people. And if I don't like how he said something, that's fine. We don't have to like it. And at the end of the day, like, the thing for me is this, and I say this as somebody who loves K-pop, with all the issues that K-pop has.
Yeah.
And I have so many conflicting issues with it. But at the same time, I still lift up all of the K-pop singers and all of the K-drama actors who have posted about Stop Asian Hate, even if they've appropriated Black culture, because what they are saying, the message is more important than what they have done to me. And at the end of the day, I've said everything about what they have done to Black people for years. And whether people listen to me or not, whether people listen to other people on YouTube or not, whether people listen to people on Twitter or not, it's out there. The information is out there. It's plain as day. You know what I mean? And I also recognize that a lot of the decisions that they make are not their own. It's a big style issue, right? So the stylist has an issue. The choreographers have an issue. The entertainment companies have this issue. Right? The songwriters themselves have this issue. Like, if I got, like, I love Teddy from YG. Love him to death. He's from the US. He's, like, Asian American. However, my guy, you're not Black. if I get one more lyric in Black scent, I might have to haul my behind over to Korea myself and sit you down and have a nice little chat. Because you're doing it wrong. And the only time they do it is when they want to seem cool or when they want to appear aggressive, which tells me a lot about how they feel about Black people.
Well, it's like when all the stupid white guys in my middle school who were stupid for many, many reasons, let me tell you, not all about race, but they
There's so many options.
It was an embarrassment.
An embarrassment of riches of stupid. Yeah.
So anyway, they would like listen to rap and like pretend to be thugs, and then the moment we got older, that was no longer cool. Like they're like, "Oh, we're not anything like that," and I'm like, "Half all of you."
Yep. So, but again, like I said, the message is bigger than all the other crap from the past because at the end of the day, I don't want Sako or Azera to suffer violence. I don't want my Korean friends to suffer violence just for existing any more than I want myself or Freddie Gray or anybody else, Philando Castile, or anybody else to suffer violence for being Black. You know, I know what it's like to have that fear. I don't want y'all to have that fear.
Yeah, like I don't want anyone to have to suffer violence. There's a little vindictive part of me that, like, if the people who terrorize other people suffered some violence, I don't know if I'd feel so bad. But, like, you know, like I don't wish anything on anyone because no one should have to be afraid, like, to exist. Or be afraid that they're not going to exist because a white man had a very bad day, as that police officer said, which made me...
Yeah.
But I did link the Try Guys video that was like 2 hours long about it. They do go into something about how, you know, the civil rights movement was very helpful for Asians, and then an unfortunate incident kind of did drive a wedge between the Asian and Black community for a while, and it seems to be getting better. But then obviously we have Daniel Day Kim and other people doing similar things that we haven't fully united the way that I would like to, and the way that Shanice and everyone on this screen and everyone in the chat clearly wants to, because like we said, your suffering does not negate someone else's suffering.
Exactly.
But, you know, it's a good video and everyone should watch it. And yes, the world is jacked, and maybe we should do something instead.
Yeah. So, and while you're at it, if you want to do your own research, I would start with Hawaii for sure, the colonization of Hawaii,
or Guam for that matter,
and the immigration of Asian people to the U.S. and the classification of Asian people to the U.S. because for a long time, white people didn't know how to classify Asian people for a very long time. And in fact, they classified indigenous people the same way they classified Black people, which is why you'll find indigenous people were also slaves.
Yeah.
So, yeah. A lot of people don't know that about our history. I know that because I'm indigenous.
There's a big there is so much history that is not taught. That, for instance, Chinese people were literally barred from immigrating to America after the railroads were built.
Yeah. Oh, we don't want to build the railroad, so we'll get you. Oh,
it was illegal for my grandparents.
We don't want any more of you here.
Yeah, I hit that wall when I was doing research to do a Wild West romance, and was like trying to make my town and doing my research because I wanted a full diverse town, and was like, oh, all right, so I got to get these characters slipped in in this little time here.
That's a fact. So, and by the way, in your diverse town, I'm gonna need to see about one residential school for all the Native people that used to inhabit that town. Because, whoo, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Priestess in Red do you read sensitivity read because I feel like you would have a lot to say about some of my writing.
Shanice sensitivity reading, which is the link that's currently on screen.
Mm-hmm.
There was just one quick question, and I do mean quick because I would like to get us to another sprint. Is color for non-white or is it only black?
Non-white.
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 Mm-hmm. So if you are Chilean, then you are technically not white. But if you are white passing, then you are white passing, not white.
Right.
And fun fact, there are black people who are white passing black people. Archie is a white passing black dude. Okay?
Who?
Yeah.
Little baby Archie,
Oh.
white passing.
Yeah. And up until like my mother, was Jewish, she was a person of color until the mid 60s. And that's approximately when Italians and Jews no longer were considered people of color. And past that, however, growing up in Mississippi in the 80s, I was still considered a person of color until the mid 90s because Mississippi's always behind everywhere else anyway. And so racism and colorism is a wild ride in America, and it is nuanced. So just know that it's there. And hence why, like, Tom and Mom would tan so much that, again, this was like part of the conviction of, oh, it's okay to be racist against the. It's a hot mess. So yeah, that's where it comes from. And so, like, in America, different people are considered people of color during different time periods in America. And so
my grandparents couldn't get married. American to Japanese woman couldn't get married in the U.S., so they had to go to Japan to get married. It wasn't illegal in Japan.
In North Carolina, the one-drop rule still exists.
Sorry, I missed that part.
In North Carolina, the one-drop rule is still a law.
Yeah. The one drop?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when people come at me when I argue about the fact that Archie is a black child, he is. His mother's biracial.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm from North Carolina. So if he's in North Carolina, he's a black boy.
Doesn't Virginia also have the one drop rule still, or did they finally change that a couple years ago? I can't remember.
As far as I know, they still have it. They might have created a bill for it, and they might be voting on it. I think I read something about them creating a bill for it.
See, I thought they were voting.
South Carolina has it.
Yeah, in Mississippi, they a couple years ago changed it to like something weird, like 182. A very strange number that I'm like, how do you get 182nd? Mm-hmm. But essentially, it's still the one drop rule. You can dress it up however you want. It's still there.
Mm-hmm. And it's really funny to me because, so I'm indigenous, but I'm non-status, which means that I don't have my card. And the reason why is because of blood quantum. And the reason why of that is because my family is on the rolls. Just not the right one. And there's so much mixed into my family between white and a little black sprinkled in there and a little bit of Hispanic and Latina sprinkled in there that I don't qualify. But the funny thing is,
there's a lot of miscegenation baked in. Yeah.
That's a white rule. The only people who adhere to that is the U.S. government. Mm-hmm. Because my last name is Cherokee. My mother's last name, her maiden name is Cherokee. My grandmother's maiden name is Cherokee. My great-grandmother's maiden name is Cherokee. My grandmother's mother was born on Cherokee land. Her mother was born on Cherokee land. We can track all the way back. Like, we know that we are Cherokee. We've done the research, and I've met family who live on the res, and I go there all the time. And anytime I buy anything, I hand them my card. Oh, I know your family. Yeah. Oh, you look like, yeah. Well, why don't you live here? I'm non-status. Oh, yeah.
Love it.
There's a lot of miscegenation baked into the laws that people do not have, direct control. Like on the reservation, they don't have control over their own guidelines and standards and procedures.
And why it's important that I say my mother and me and my grandmother and my great grandmother and her mother is because we are a matriarchal society. So it's not about the men. That's not how we pass down our bloodline. We pass down our bloodline through the women. So my kids will be Cherokee.
I mean, genetically speaking, it's easier to track people through maternity.
That's true.
Technically, if we want to go by genetics, and actual genetics, not stupid race genetics, where they're like, oh, my people are better and it's in the genes. Not that. And definitely not eugenics, but like we can there are paternal haplogroups, but like maternal haplogroups are where it's at. Like that's how you track a family.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's complicated, but it's all there. And it's sad because, Sako, I don't know, and Zara, I don't know if you have the feeling that I have, but like I sometimes feel like I can't write from my own identity because am I enough?
I was criticized when I started this book that features a Japanese American detective, basically a bounty hunter. And
I love bounty hunters. Not the point, but continue.
Because I was told I needed sensitivity readers to write Japanese, and I was like, but I mean, who better understands the lifestyle and the struggles of a Japanese American like I do, right? So I'm writing from experience a lot of the time, right? And I'm still told that I need to do my research, and
it's a way to invalidate own voices.
Oh, I first of all, there was a thing on Twitter last week, 2 weeks ago. Time has ceased to exist for me aside from future deadlines.
Oh,
I'm always aware.
Time's not real. It's fine.
Yeah. But so there was a tweet, and an author was getting rejected by, I think it was an editor, but it might have been an agent who was like, the author is bi. And the person
I saw this.
was like,
I saw that.
Yes,
you shouldn't
I
be
feel
and
that.
I was like, what does this person think the B stands for? Wrong answer.
I have been
like you're not queer, and I'm like, I feel as a pansexual, it's like my mother shoved me in that closet for a solid 30 years, and I'm like, no, we're real. I promise we're not unicorns.
Yeah.
Lori, I'm not even counted by a lot of the ace community. And
I'm sorry, your audio went in and out for me. You're what?
I'm Demi.
Oh, me too, actually.
Whether or not we exist.
You think I'd be able to, but yeah, I'm demisexual, so it's like, I need meaningful relationship. Yeah. No, you can't possibly be queer, don't you know? It has to be like these clearly delineated categories, and no one is allowed to change their mind once they've made up their mind. Them's the rule.
You also
I'm straight because I married a guy, right?
No,
out yourself if you want to use own voices, which is the worst thing ever. And to answer your question, Shanice, yeah, I've been told I'm not Chinese enough by Chinese people and non-Chinese people.
Well, I used to worry about that too.
And I'm also Chinese, raised by a completely white family, adopted in America. So it's not like I have a half family. Like I am, genetically speaking, both of my parents were Chinese, and they had other reasons, and as you can tell from my genetic profile, when I did 23andMe. But I don't have any, I don't have a white parent. So I always feel weird about, do I even use Chinese American as a term, or am I in America? And it's there's nothing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. And I don't even try to define myself anymore. But until BIPOC came around, I was like, am I a person of color? Like, no one explained that to me because in my awful middle school, which honestly, if it burned to the ground today, I would not shed a single tear. I would, they would be like, oh, person of color. Like, and my mom would be like, do I go? And I'm like, I am like 10 years old. How am I supposed to know this?
Like, you didn't give me a manual when I was born, Mom.
I am 10 years old. Everyone in my class is a racist a-hole. How am I supposed to know if you're supposed to go to this thing?
Right.
She was actually genuinely trying to be sensitive, but I'm like,
right. Yeah.
See,
No, look.
I didn't know that. Fun fact: I didn't know that I was Black until I was in the 2nd or 3rd grade. And that was when a teacher told me, right after we were taking the EOGs, because I had been feeling mixed my whole life, because of what my mom and my dad looked like, and my mom was like, "That's who you are. That's who you are. I can't tell you," and she, I love her for it. And the teacher, I remember she told me that I needed to change my answer and circle in the word Black not because I'm not mixed, but because for testing
funding,
the demographic needed my test scores, and I test really, really high.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah.
So from literally the 3rd grade all the way through now, whenever I get any kind of paperwork that asks for my demographic, I always circle in Black or African American, and I always hover above that box that says American Indian, Native American, and I'm like, do I fill that in? And I'm like, I can't, and I want to, but I can't, because 1, I'm non-status, and 2, I've been told not to since I was 8 years old.
Wow.
So, and the sad thing about it is that I remember I stopped claiming that I was mixed when I was probably about 11, because people, specifically Black people, would always ask me, what are you mixed with? I was always too light to be Black, and I was always too Black to be Indigenous, and I'm not white. So, I would always tell them what I am. And then, and it was like, oh, so you think you're too good for us? I didn't say that. So probably from about
the nuance there.
I would get the question, what are you mixed with? Black. So it wasn't until my mid-20s that I finally was just like, I am Black Native. I know all of these things because my grandmother and my great-grandmother taught me. My great-grandmother taught me how to bead when I was like 10. My grandmother and my mom taught me how to smudge with sweetgrass when I was like 13. I've been going to powwows out in Cherokee and going back and forth between Cherokee and Charlotte since before I can remember. And all of these things are, important to who I am and have framed who I am for, so long. But I literally shunned it for so long. And now it's like, I'm reconnecting. So, but it sucks because I still have to battle that part of me that like invalidates it. So when I talk to Indigenous people, I'm like, yeah, I'm Native. And then they're like, oh, cool. What tribe are you? And then I tell them. And then when I talk to Black people, it's, yeah, I'm Native. Cool. What tribe are you? And then I tell them. And then when I talk to people from my tribe, I tell them, and they're like, oh yeah, I know your family. It's like, great. But then when I talk to people from my nation, which nation and tribe are 2 different things, especially when you're Cherokee, because we have a very big nation. When I talk to people from my nation, I'm immediately invalidated. And I've actually found other tribes in North Carolina have been invalidated. People from Oklahoma, from the Oklahoma tribe, have said that the Lumpy tribe aren't real natives.
Whoa.
And that pisses me off.
Yeah.
Because if you don't think that they're native, then what do you think I am? And people from Oklahoma don't think that I'm native. And they immediately ask me for my card when I tell them I don't have one. Then they ask me for my family and my background and what role I'm on. And then they go to try and search it up.
Jesus.
I don't owe
People so
any information
That's
about
a very
me or my family.
intrusive. That's intrusive, and
it's very similar to people of color in Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The funny
Very
thing is-
similar. Like, it's like, but are you really Jewish? Are you Jewish enough?
Yep.
And it's like that literally is not a valid question, period. Because
But the interesting thing is the people from the Oklahoma tribe that I have this issue with are white passing natives. So they're the ones
gatekeeping
who
going
have
on
to
is
battle the fact that they are native from darker natives because they are white passing. So they feel like they have to do the same thing to darker natives.
Mhm.
And it's like, or we could just get along. And by the way, I understand the harm that you're experiencing, because trust me, I've had my white classmates look at me and say my great-great-grandmother was a Cherokee princess. First of all, that doesn't exist. Okay?
It's such a weird thing to say.
That's so
It is a weird thing to say.
We don't have a monarchy.
cool
Okay?
flex doesn't exist.
No, we don't have a monarchy in our tribe. And second of all, your great-great-grandmother lived in New York at the time, more than likely, and came in through Ellis Island. And if she didn't, then she came in through Charleston and was a slave owner. So let's talk about that. And the 23andMe and the Ancestry.com that you're doing, where you're sending out to all of your Black relatives, hey, your family was connected to mine through so-and-so who's your grandmother, and she was loved. Nah, she was your slave.
Okay, before we go down the very sentence, obviously that follows, I can't deal with the explicit trigger for my PTSD today.
Yeah.
After having gone through it on Saturday. So that's as close as we're going to get to that. We all know what it means, but
First off, hugs.
Like
I
I said,
wish all of you were here in person
Hire me.
yeah,
so we could just hug.
yes, hug. But yeah, I knew that I was Chinese definitely when I was 3. I don't know if I got an unpleasant reminder through bullying when I was 2. I got bullied for something else when I was 2, and I just pushed the bully down the slide, and he never bothered me again. But
You were a G. Oh my God.
yeah, but then I switched schools and it got worse. So anyway, like I've always known my race, but I've never known what that meant, because I just was like, I'm being bullied for this, for fulfilling the model minority, but also failing the model minority anytime I got a question wrong. And it's just like, it's too complicated. I'm not thinking about it. So I'm trying to parse that out now.
Yeah, So I'm not accepted by Japanese culture, and I'm kind of not accepted by white culture, right? So it's really like difficult to figure out like where my place is in that. It was really weird on Guam, right? Because I'm Hapa Haole, right? So like,
Wait, are you from Guam?
my family is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I almost moved there. I used to live there for like 2 years. And like, I was treated with prestige, partly because I was Japanese and partly because I was American and partly because my grandparents ran the Buddhist chapter that was on Guam. So like all the Japanese that came stateside, or not stateside, but all the Japanese that hopped over the water to Guam looking for a new life. And she's like, here's a job, here's where you can get a car, here's where you can live. And so the island owed them. And so I was basically treated like a princess because but God forbid I should go to Japan. If I go to Japan, I'm American. I don't dare call myself Japanese in Japanese company.
I feel like that's a uniquely East Asian thing, though, because when I speak with my Korean friends who were Korean, born in Korea, immigrated to Canada and then the US at like 2 or 3,
Right.
and then go back to Korea occasionally, that like Korean people don't recognize them as Koreans, even though they are
Correct.
Korean.
Correct.
Like, and I'm talking like born in Korea. Korea is their first language. They're not American.
I grew up in a Japanese house. Like, I get it. Like,
It's interesting.
it's very
Well,
common.
aren't our mothers our first cultural givers? You know, they're the ones who give us our culture, teach us how to eat first, and then eventually maybe how to cook. They teach us how to deal with problems. You know, my mother literally joined a new religion, married a man from that, and set out to raise her children not Jewish because she didn't want her kids to have any of that Orthodox Jewish misogyny in their heads. You know, she was really, as a feminist, trying to start a new life with a new family. And my father was like, I don't know how this is going to work, but I'm definitely on board for this experiment. And then every time we, as little toddlers, children would like say very, you know, quintessential Jewish comedy things like, what are you going to do? You know, like he would just cackle in the background because the social experiment was failing, but he didn't care. He thought it was adorable, you know? And we didn't find out we were Jewish until the local library got a whole bunch of Mel Brooks movies on VHS. And we were like, this is the best comedy in the world. Why have we never seen this before? Who is this? And mom's going, Dad's like, you have to tell him, Patty. You have to tell the children. And she's like, okay, so you should know. You're Jewish. That's why I've always warned you about the KKK and the burnings and why other people do think that you are of color. Because I've had people say like, oh, she's passing, you know, and I knew that as a child. I'd heard that a lot, passing, because that was the way they described me culturally down here. Because no, I'm not black, but I'm not white. Passing. So I knew that part, but I didn't know passing for what. I just thought it had to do with the fact that my mother and brother would get so dark, like the color of light mahogany in the summertime. And then here I am, red as a crawfish. So I just thought it had to do with, oh, people call you that depending on your mother. Like, it's just whatever your mother looks like, that's what they say. And mom having to explain to us, no, you're Jewish. And then all this culture she had inadvertently given to us, because that's what mothers do. Like, even feeding the ducks is a mitzvah. You know, it's part of the commandments to feed ducks. It's a real thing. And my mother would do that for us every year. We'd go to the zoo with the bread ends to feed the ducks. All of this she was doing, even though she wasn't realizing that's her culture. She can't not teach it.
Right.
It's funny, though. I don't think people outside of the South know how deep the anti-Semitic rhetoric and like how deep that is. You know what I mean? But I find it interesting because it's an interesting dichotomy, specifically when you get to places like Savannah. Because here you have this place that's full of Jewish people, but living in this place that has this deep history with racism. And you have all of these Black people who are clumped together within only Black people because of the history of racism. And you have Jewish people who are clumped together with Jewish people because of the history of anti-Semitism. And then you have white people who are like white Southern Baptists and white Catholics. And that's its own separate dysfunction.
It's a wild ride. Yeah, it is. It's something.
That are clumped together. And it's an interesting relationship, I think, because I recognize the like anti-Semitism that Jewish people have had to deal with in the South in particular. I know it's everywhere all over the country, but in the South it's bad.
It's its own flavor too. It's very different from like the anti-Semitism you'll experience or I've experienced in New York City or in Seattle or in Canada. That's something else. When I went to boarding school in British Columbia, I was like, oh, new flavor. Immediately had to call home to tell my mother about it. It's yeah.
It's what I found.
She actually was interested though. I called on her 800 number at the institution she worked at for physics, for physical acoustics actually, and she was like, "Tell me all about it. The director's out," you know. And then he wanted to know too. He was like, "Go on, tell me," of like her fact finding because people look at me. I learned my mother taught me to keep my mouth shut, so people say the darndest things in front of me. Not realizing who I am because they never think to ask, what's your background?
My mom doesn't look Jewish, and neither do her cousins, I guess, because when I sent an email out about like the anti-Asian violence that's going on, and I'm like, I've dealt with this, like, I've dealt with bullying my whole life, but like this, I'm afraid to go outside and walk my dog by myself. Like. Because there have been videos of people in New York City who are young Asian women, not just elders who are male, or whatever, young Asian women who go out to take the trash and then get acid burned because something was thrown on them or something like that. So it's like,
it's a real thing.
That email, and people were writing, like some people wrote back to me and were very like, oh my God, I'm so sorry you're going through this. I obviously don't know what you're going through, but please reach out to me if you want to. I'm here for you. I love you. I support you, blah, 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 blah. All good things. And then I had certain people being like, oh, well, like I've had like anti-Semitic things told to me. And I'm like, I'm talking about being afraid of my life, not someone being an asshole that like I dealt with since I was 3. Versus, and also people assume that you're not in a group that would be targeted. So like, because my mom growing up, I don't know how it would come up, but she would be like, oh yeah, like people would like, she used to travel a lot before she adopted me, and she'd be like, oh yeah, I was in this place, and someone would say something, and then I'd be like, I'm Jewish, and they'd be like, oh my God, you don't look like it at all, and I'm like,
my mother though lived in fear my whole childhood of essentially people attacking me, figuring out we're Jewish. That's why, I went to an otherwise all Black Girl Scout troop. Because my mother was like, you're safer here. I've talked to them. They're accepting of you. Rather than risk, other Girl Scout troops. Although, as she put it, at the time, there was only the only other troop was a white supremacist group. She was like, there's no way in hell you're joining that. But like, she felt you'll be safer in the African American community. I've checked with them. They're okay. They don't have the, anti-Semitism baked into their culture here. So you'll be okay. Because, like literally knifing Jewish kids, especially Jewish girls, is a thing,
especially in the South. And it's a double-edged sword because I know that me working at the YMCA, I've been physically attacked working there. But working at the Jewish Community Center, I have never felt safer. I've had coworkers be assholes.
Oh well,
and and be subliminally racist, and then I put them in their place and had to have a conversation with my boss about why I'm not going to take crap from a 16-year-old Jewish kid.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The white privilege and the male privilege, and
they need to be corrected.
Oh my God, I didn't even think of that. But I would rather do that than have to fend for my life.
Exactly. And that was sort of how my mother felt too.
For my life. Well, I was talking to my mom, and again, we're not going to go towards what actually my triggers, but like I was telling her that like, everyone thought that I was okay in middle school. Because I never talked about being bullied because I never let myself feel it. But my bullying wasn't like bullying. It was only racism. There wasn't any bullying that wasn't racism or sexual harassment before it escalated to worse.
Right.
So it's like, I don't know what normal bullying is. Like, I've only had to deal with this severe part of like big national conversations.
Drama, yeah. I mean, but that also is a thing where, how old are you, Sarah?
I am 24.
He's a baby.
That's why I feel like that's a thing, because so I'm 31. So the bullying that I experienced growing up was in the 5th grade. I didn't have friends. They just didn't want to be friends with me. People just shunned me because I just had weird. I was attending an all art school, and I had weird theater kid frenetic energy. I still have it, but
that's why I probably like you in the first place.
Oh, isn't oppression part of the art school experience? I could have sworn, like, just feeling oppressed about something was part of the art school experience. I'm sorry.
So, but no, yeah, I mean, just people didn't want to be my friend because I had weird frenetic energy, and also I think I just didn't understand the like social norms of what they needed and wanted, because what we do in my house is very different than what America does, I feel like.
Yeah, the culture in your home is so different. It's like a different language, and you're a child and you haven't yet become fluent in the outside world language. I had a very similar experience, since ultimately at its heart, I guess Judaism is such a matriarchal society, at least like the way my mother taught it to me, of like, the woman, the wife, the mother within the home, she is the one in charge. The father is in charge of the outside of the world. But the mother, her word is final inside the home. And that was how my mother raised me. That is how I acted in my first marriage. It didn't go great. Fun fact, I married a Gentile. It didn't go great. From Alabama. So if you know about Alabama.
Okay. You know what? The first thing I was like, it could have worked. And then you said that, and I'm like, the odds are being stacked against.
No, in my defense, I was 19 when I met him. And that's my only defense, was like, I wasn't making great decisions then. And I don't know any 19-year-olds. I married him when I was 20. I don't know any 19 or 21-year-olds who were making the best decisions of their life then. So that is how I forgave myself for that 11-year marriage.
I'm trying to think. When I was 20, super depressed, but did decide to transfer schools. So that was like the only good decision I made when I was 20. To try and make my situation better.
Yeah, when I was in middle school, I was being sexually harassed so violently that I was suicidal. And I'm sorry, trigger warning. And so that was how I went to boarding school.
Well, next level, which is the trigger warning, which is what I haven't.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry. I meant, like, I wasn't, it just came out, the ADHD.
I got you. But harassment isn't.
And that was how I ended up moving to Canada, was like to escape it. Because there were no safe adults in the school system to help. And that was how I solved that problem. Was let me get out of here any way possible. Because my mother had baked in, you do what you have to do to survive. You do not ever let the bullies win, even if that means you have to move, even if it means you have to change your whole life. Survival is so important.
My mom didn't go that far, and these are a lot of things I'm going to be talking about, like eventually writing in my memoir, which I'm going to be working on. And I can talk about the like more behind the scenes, because I'm not ready to put it all out there. But it's just a lot. But like my family, I have a single mom who adopted me when she was older. So first of all, like people who are ageist, I'm like, excuse you. Age is, like at some point, age when it's tied to health does a lot. But my family has been very healthy for their age and like mentally, and they always act a lot younger, like not immature necessarily, but like you find out their age and you're like, oh, like I expected you to be like way more boomer. And it's like, there's something where I'm like in my head, I'm like, boomer. But like, I don't say okay boomer and then piss them off. Like I try and educate them instead. But my Jewish certain people married Catholic women and they raised their kids basically without religion, but they all celebrate Christmas and none of them celebrate Hanukkah. And I celebrated Hanukkah and Christmas because my mom babysat for everyone. So my mom and I like got an all access pass to every part of the family, you know, even the nuclear family events that my mom was not a part of. But we also like celebrated Passover and other things. And then bad stuff happened to me and I stopped feeling any connection to religion. But like also even apart from religion, because my grandma wasn't that religious in the time that I knew her. 100% matriarchal family. Like she was the oldest person living in the family, but also everyone just respected her. Like her older sister, who I'm named after, had passed away from ovarian cancer. So if they were both alive, it definitely would have been a matriarchy because there would have been two of them. But like,
yes,
you know, like, and so when I was in like elementary, but definitely by the time middle school, when we're old enough to realize that there are social rules, and if you don't play by them, you're going to be ostracized. In my family, everyone was older than me, so I had already learned like, oh, this is how shitty people act, and like don't fall prey to it. And in my family, where it's like, if you act badly, there are consequences. So I just didn't play into anything, so I wasn't included or invited into the group. But then they would bully. I guess the only time that I was bullied without a racist overtone was when the girls would bully me to not go against the guys who were sexually harassing me.
Yes. Conformity, what I call the female collective. You must conform. You must be part of the female collective in all of our cultural groups, which means do not rock the boat. Don't shake anybody up because we don't want to gain further bullying from up top. Also, we are trying to infiltrate in, this whole
100%. But individually, people would be like, "Oh, Zara's cool." But if the moment they were like in a group of two, I was either invisible or a target. And then when new people came into the school, like in maybe it was fourth and sixth grade, there were a few times that Prep brought in more students of color, and they were never Asian kids. It was always Black kids. They would come to me first because I was like approachable, I guess.
Right.
Also not a straight up a-hole from the very start. And then, they would leave because they finally got accepted into like that group. And I'm like, if they welcome me with open arms tomorrow, I would never accept. I think it's shitty that you're using me as a stepping stone. And I recognize you're using me as a stepping stone, but like, I'm not clinging on to any relationship here. So I'm not lonely. But I'm not going to turn you away.
Right. Because you're a personable person.
Yeah.
And also you have manners.
I'm spoiler, but I have manners and morals.
Yes. I can honestly tell you, my mother's been dead 10 years, so I'm just going to go ahead and say, Zara, you're such a nice Jewish girl. I'm just saying, every time my mother raised me to be, you actually were. I was the bad girl. I was the black sheep of our family. Sorry, not that. I got to get that out of there. I was considered, even in my family, the like problem child. And it was because my mother would tell me how to behave, and I'm like, but they're jerks. Like they don't deserve my behavior. My mom's like, just be polite. Like, but they're jerks. Why should I be polite to the jerks?
Oh no, it's a running commentary. That was like my middle school where it was like either we're idiots, I need time to like write and like not hear their inane chatter in my head, or here are all the things that I could say to you that would knock you down 1,000 pegs, but you're not worth it.
Right.
I could put you in the ground with my words, not just from my vocabulary or my education of what is right and wrong, but you're not worth it.
Yes, and that's how I felt when I got older. But at the time, as a child, it was like, I need revenge. Like, so, but yeah, most of the time my mother's like, no, don't you dare. Don't rock this boat. Just don't spend any time with them. And it's like, there's so few children that I can like get along with at all.
There were 24 kids in my hellhole. And I was just like, even if you're nice to me by not attacking me, you're friends with people who are. So I don't.
Yes, that was how I felt, you know? Like, sure, Becky is most of the time nice, but her friend, Mary, she's like not nice, and she's mean, and her brother is cruel, and I don't want to go. And it was like that all the time in my childhood, and I just was like, I would rather be alone than be with y'all. I would rather go hang out with my brother, who's 3 years younger than me, a baby. And I mean, you know, when I was 8, he was 5. You know, to like an 8-year-old, that's a baby. And you know, I would rather go hang out with him, and that's literally what we did, rather than, because my mother said I was not allowed to enact revenge on people. Because
I already had my revenge.
Unless they were bullying Tom, and in which case my mother said it was okay. So I beat several 12 and 14-year-old boys with hairbrushes because how dare you pick on my tiny little brother.
Yeah, I'm an only child. I can't like activate protective family member to sit someone down because I'm the only person.
I think you have that very nurturing instinct, though. I see it. We've only got to hang out a couple times now, but I have already seen it several times.
Here's the thing. I am very nice. I am very giving. I am very sensitive. I'm way too empathetic for my own good.
Same.
I do no harm, but take no shit. And the take no shit has gotten a lot louder since 11.
Yes. You know what? I think so. Take no shit.
Because my grandma was always like a take no shit, but the thing was is that she was so respected, no one ever dared. Whereas other people, like sometimes would test my mom, and then someone did something in my middle school that got him kicked out of our apartment from my mom, and everyone was like, and that person thought it would be cool to brag that like, oh my God, Susan Hoffman kicked me out of the house, and everyone was like, what did you do to piss Susan Hoffman off? Is she not going to come anymore and like give us like Chinese New Year stuff? My mom is the whitest of the white. Let me just tell you that. She's Jewish, but like looking at her, super white. And she would do Chinese New Year with like the Chinese mother of a Chinese guy in my class who would bully me for being Chinese. And I'm like, excuse me. His mom never found out. She might find out through this. Highly doubt it.
Oh, did she watch? She'd be like, hi, yeah, I'm totally telling on him now.
But anyway, he did something so bad. You know what? Hell that. I'm going to say what he did.
Say it.
Because I have been sitting on this for like over 12 years and I need to get it out. So someone beyond just my mom.
Yeah, the statute of limitations is run out. You can say it now. Say it.
Okay. I had multiple babysitters when I was younger.
Sure.
First one, from like West Indies. She was a babysitter for my cousins. Fine. She sometimes scared me, but she was a very good person.
Very on brand, yeah. I'm just saying, from all the ladies I've met from the West Indies, like, no, that's on brand, loving, but also kind of, honestly, a little scary.
Okay.
But
okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Then my next babysitter, older Irish woman. Very nice, kind of scary, take no shit, not even from my other family members. Third, her assistant, Dominican Republic and Puerto Rican, half and half, as far as I know, whatever, doesn't care. Awesome, do everything she sets her mind to. Babysat me for the longest because even once I stopped needing a babysitter, my mom kept paying her to basically like, you know, make sure that my mom is a little, you know, she was like, you know, make sure Zara gets home from school safely.
I know, like, yeah, that's smothering. It's a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Anyway, when I still needed a babysitter in my mom's eyes, but no one else's, I had an assigned school project with people who I did not like. This guy was one of them. I don't know what the hell happened before this. He called my babysitter a slave.
That's not
my mom.
Not okay.
my mom was in the kitchen with my babysitter because they were trying to give us, some privacy for the project, but they also knew that like I did not want to be alone with this person because he had also harassed me.
Right.
And stuff. Although there were problems with that too. And my mom came in and was like, excuse me? What did you just call Jeanette? And he was like, oh, I was joking. And he started leaning back in the chair and broke the floor. And my mom was like, we never use that language. And if I ever hear you say that again, you are never welcome in this house again. But if I hear you say that again, I'm going to tell your mom. So
I would have told her the first time, honestly, like, do you know what your son is talking about when you're not around?
There is a huge list of things I wish my mom had told the moms that she was friends with that their sons were doing to me. But anyway.
Yeah, my mom didn't tell any of the other moms either. I don't know. Maybe that's a Jewish thing.
I don't know how much it would have helped. They learned it from somewhere.
No.
Right. They picked it up from somewhere.
I know, but I think that was a more
sometimes I think like there's like with parents, it's like feedback can be important for parents to know how their children are behaving outside of their purview. But then there's also parents who are like, oh, I don't want to be accused of meddling and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, well, my mom didn't want anything to come back and bite me in the ass. And I'm like, an understandable fear with certain crazy parents that my mom wasn't friends with. So I was like, whatever. Anyway, we go to school the next day and he's like, oh my God, like Susan Hoffman kicked me out of the house. And everyone's like, oh my God, what'd you do? And I'm like, and he was like, and I was like, do you want me to tell them or are you going to?
Yeah, exactly.
And never bothered me again.
Mm-hmm.
He never bothered me again, but other people did. And I was just like,
I think you needed to turn the threat of your mother on other bullies. Because sometimes it's true that a bully only recognizes the authority of another bully,
No, but here's the thing.
The scariest person to me too, but she was the scariest person.
My mom is like a mother bear, but she was like, I didn't want anything coming at you when I wasn't there. And I'm like, okay, fine. But they were already coming at me. But like they cared more about the fact that my mom might stop bringing dumplings to them every Chinese New Year when they were being racist to me about being Chinese every day.
Priorities.
Tom's away. Tom's here. Tom fried an entire meal.
It's easier for me not to have to look at anyone.
Oh my gosh.
Say it, destroy him. A turtle that is red says, because you asked if it was like a Jewish mother thing. And
yeah.
Be a white woman. I don't know.
Don't know.
Here's the thing. I don't know whether I believe in the threefold rule, which is if you do anything, it comes back to you threefold, good or bad. But I don't really want to mess with it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be a great witch. I definitely don't want to be a black magic witch.
Right. True. Accurate.
By that. If it exists.
I'm just saying, if one day the thought occurs to you of how to toe this line, you should do it.
Oh, the way I'm towing the line is I'm going to write a memoir. And basically, if, like, because of the crimes I think if you actually get picked up, people might read it. And the thing is, though, is my mom's like, oh, well, if you confronted them now, like, wouldn't that help? I'm like, nah, I don't think they're self-aware to remember that they did, or see be any better. And I was like, you know what I would really, really like? These people to get outed as racist and then therefore canceled and unable to live a good financial future. But that's never going to happen because I'm not allowed to like say names in the book necessarily because I could get a bunch of libel. No, libel is only if it's false. And it's not false, but I still like my editor.
But there's no way to prove that it's not. So.
Yeah, unless you have like actual, receipts.
Yeah.
So I had this one person who was horrible to me all through middle school. I went to an art school that was a middle school and a high school smashed together. So that was great. But I had this one person who just made my life miserable the whole time that I was there. And this was a very delicate time for me in general, because this was also the time that my mom came out of the closet. in 2001.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I was like, what is this? And why is this happening? And the reason why it was a particularly interesting situation is because in 2001, the kids would bully you by calling you gay.
Yep.
So
It was still going on 4 years ago. That's still going on. It's still going
on. But
my mom,
now it's like, what's wrong with it?
I know.
But back then it's like, don't call me that because I'm not. But nobody knew. I didn't even know what I was because I wasn't interested in anybody. I still hadn't like bloomed. I was a late bloomer. I wasn't interested in anybody. So, and again, in my household, we're very matriarchal. So the women have more of a say than the men do. Bless my brother's heart. But what that means is that, so when I got to this school in general, it was like, it was just like, it was an interesting situation because it was a lot of me saying exactly what was on my mind without using a filter because that's how I've been taught. And that was not what was socially acceptable. And that had translated into, oh, you must be gay. I don't know how. And eventually I made friends, which was great. I'm still friends with two of them to this day.
More than I have.
They've known me literally since I was like 11. So actually Shayla has known me since I was like 9. But you know, we were friends and everything. And the person who was out to get me was mad that everyone liked me, is what I later found out. And I thought everyone hated me. Later found out everyone liked me. Everyone thought I was cool. She didn't like me. And she messed with my head so much that she made me think that everyone didn't like me. And
yeah, evil whisper.
She was crazy. And then on top of that, it became this whole thing. And later, probably at the age of 21, now that we're talking about bad decisions, I was working retail at a mall around the time that I was still in college. And I say still because I left and then had to come back. I was walking down to the store and I was on the phone and scheduling a doctor's appointment, and she stopped me and was like, "Oh my God, Shanice!" And I turned around and I knew exactly who she was. And I was like, "Just a second." And I finished my phone conversation thinking like, "Oh my God, what the hell am I going to do?" And then I got off the phone and I said, "Can I help you?" And she said, "It's me, Deanna." And I said, "Okay." And she said, "Do you remember me?" "Nope."
Nice.
She's from school. "Okay."
Like, you know, Deanna's a common name, commoner.
Like,
I'm
how
sorry.
can I help you? She's like, "You really don't remember me?" "No."
I'm
Am I
sorry.
supposed
You
to?
made no impression on my life. Who are you again?
Right. Like, am I supposed to remember you?
Did we have class
And she walked
together?
away. Mind you, we are both like 20. She had 3 children, all under the age of 3 with her. I assume they are hers because Shayla later told me that they're all now in like high school or whatever. And she married my good friend London. And now I know the true motive. She was mad that me and
someone was in
London
the
were
closet
friends.
and
Ooh, the machinations here in this like childhood drama, this childhood soap opera. It's a soap opera.
It's soap opera material. This is like 5th grade.
Is it
soap
here?
opera.
You lived in telenovela. Did you know that, Shanice?
this is CW quality.
This is fantastic. Yes, this is very CW. Although maybe added vampires because, you know, emotional vampires.
Yes.
Okay. I unfortunately have to go. I love you all. This has been amazing, and I don't want to go, but I really need to get ready because
Yeah,
at 2
you
o'clock,
have your own
my
stream.
pre-party starts for my show behind the scenes, and I think there may be people waiting in my StreamYard. So I am so sorry. I am not trying to like eat out of here because I don't want to be here. I'm like, I've made commitments, but I love you both. I love everybody in the chat too. This has been a magical experience. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'll see y'all soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And also, hey, I have a channel, y'all, and I have a show at 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm just throwing that out there.
Link the channel.
Yes,
Link the channel.
I'll hold on, wait.
I'm just throwing it out there. It's available on rebroadcast, you know. YouTube doesn't make anybody pay. It's great. I'm just saying we're going to talk about Iron Man today and how to write broken characters, as well as we're going to talk about fascists and ableists and all that good stuff, because that's really what the show's about. It's about storytelling and how storytelling mechanics and essentially how to troubleshoot. I don't know if anyone else has this problem, but when I'm writing fiction, sometimes I'm like, I don't know how to get these characters out of the room, or I don't know how to like deal with this very complicated dynamic situation. And I'm like, what do I do? Well, that's literally what we're here to troubleshoot. So please, we do it every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern, and I'm just throwing that out there, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
I've got probably about 30 more minutes, so I don't know if you want to do 1 or 2 more sprints.
Let's do 2 sprints because we spent
an long time talking.
We spent an hour.
Yeah.
Since we said we were going to do the next sprint, and we never did. So let me get that set up. This is funny. Shanice.
Yeah. What?
On screen.
I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the future I could do another like live stream where it's just us chatting about chapter trauma. I guess if people want to. I don't really know how to get co-hosts for that.
I mean, I'm always down to chat.
Yeah.
You know me.
I have this up on screen, which is when that comment came in. So and there was another comment I would write about them, but I like myself too much to make myself purposely miserable.
Oh, I've only ever written one person that I did not like into a book of mine, and actually I don't even know that he's going to stay in this rewrite. His name is Andrew. He's annoying. So I gave him a stutter as a disability because in general he was annoying, but he was just a know-it-all. So not all is worked. I don't know what that means. Can you explain that? So I gave him a stutter as a disability and made him very, 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 very endearing, right? To the reader, right? And then I killed him off. Yeah.
As revenge against I don't know how that's revenge against the character.
Well, because, so he was in one of my classes and he like tried very hard to be this like, you know how when you're in like undergrad and you're a senior and you think you know everything?
Yeah.
And then you get to grad school.
I wasn't that
I wasn't that either.
Pretentious, but I knew. Yeah, I yes.
Yeah, and then you get to grad school and you realize you don't know a thing. Yet the pretension lasted from undergrad into grad school. Yeah, and the misogyny carried over as well.
Yeah, so like the thing is that all of my villains have been men in my books. And manipulative, lying, misogynistic to different levels. But it's not like I'm thinking about the people who tormented me, who I would like ruined permanently when I'm writing them. It's like I get a character who happens to be a male misogynist who is obviously at odds with my very feminist female protagonist. I think so the story demands.
See, I feel like all of my protagonists are so complicated. Like my protagonist in this book, I don't know that she's a protagonist because what she's doing is horrible.
No.
The
You
reason
can be a protagonist without being a hero.
Right. Like the reason why she's doing it is for a good cause. But her workaround is like, lady, you crazy.
Okay, then, well, if she's doing it for good reasons, you could say she's an anti-hero, or you could just be like, she's a protagonist. We're not going to go into her morals because I know that they're grady as shit.
Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like she's manipulative. She's manipulative, I feel like. Very manipulative. So, it's fine. It's fine. We'll figure it out eventually. You know who I'm talking about, too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
The true antagonist.
Yes.
Is the true antagonist is not in my first book.
Yeah, I know.
They come along a little bit later.
Yeah.
So
I also know this.
Yeah. So it's interesting. And then with my Black PLL meets the Heathers, my antagonist is
so excited.
dead. So you see why it's like Black PLL?
Yeah. You could also add in, I almost said something that spoils something.
Can you make it a way so it doesn't spoil something?
Some author tubers made it a book club book recently. And it's kind of like, and then there were none.
It's kind of like what?
And then there were none. And also like the breakfast.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely for sure.
I probably still spoiled it as equally to everyone else, but I tried. Bye, Carrie. I'm sorry we didn't do much sprinting once you came in. Okay. Okay. People are in the forest room. We're gonna.
Okay. Am I in the forest room? Is the real question.
I don't know. Yes, you are.
Find out. Yay. Okay.
You're still in it. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. We'll probably do maybe like one more sprint after this one, max. Okay, sorry everyone about that. I had a family friend who I haven't talked to in forever FaceTime me, and I didn't want to lose the chance to talk to her. So that was very long. Do we want to do one more sprint and then wrap it up, or because I feel weird ending it after me just being MIA for a while?
I'm good for another sprint if you want. I now don't have anything to do until about 5.
Okay, my thing is at 5, so we could do like 3 more sprints depending on how fast we go. Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Sorry about that, everyone. Sorry you had to wait for me. I'm not sorry I had the phone call. That phone call was awesome. But
more writing time is more writing time. That just happened to be an extra long sprint. That's how I look at it.
Exactly.
Silver lining.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna have a very special guest on my YouTube channel on May 9th. It's not gonna be writing sprints, so I gotta remember that when I book writing sprint co-hosts for May. But that said, we're gonna do. Sorry, I had the forest room set up on here now.
Doing something new that I've literally never done, and it's weirding me out, but I'm going to go back and forth between 2 different books now.
Yeah, try it.
So I'm coming to a stopping point with this one, and I don't think that I can work anymore on this one, but it's like I do want to continue to get in more words. So I feel like moving over to the PLL one would be cool. Or I also, so I saw this meme on TikTok, and of course that's where I get my ideas for books now and for writing now. And I'm not sure if I want to do.
Who cares where it comes from? I said it's inspiration. Who cares where it comes from?
Exactly. I'm not sure if I want to do it into a book or if I want to do it into a screenplay. But so it was this girl who at the same time broke up with her boyfriend and came out of the closet. It was a Black couple. Mm-hmm. And they I think it was over quarantine in 2020. And they tried to get out of their lease, but they couldn't.
Oof.
Because of COVID. And now they are roommates and the best friends. And it's funny because it's that meme on TikTok where they're like, they've got the scarf on their head and the glasses, and they're just like bopping along.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, and it just gave me such a vibe, and I was like, I should write that. Like, who cares about love? What happens when love goes sour and you want to be friends?
You know what? Pick either one. I would read the hell out of both of those books, so I don't care what you work on right now. I'm so helpful, right?
I want it to be a screenplay.
But okay,
that would be a great TV show.
Becca C. Smith, who's an author tuber, she writes things as. Does she write it as a screenplay and then turn it into a novel, or does she write it as a novel and then turn it into a screenplay? But every single one of her stories, she does it in both ways because she has a history of writing for TV. And I think she is like, in case this ever, got optioned, here it is. Yeah. And she's more like just ready to go. And I'm not saying you need to write it both at the same time but I think
it's so cool to have a pilot ready just in case I want to get it optioned.
Yeah. What you could do is you could start writing the script or the book, whichever one appeals to you first. But before you do anything else with the book, you could make sure that the pilot is set to go too. You know what I mean? Before you get any more public. But your own writing process can be bouncing between the two or doing one and then the other.
No, I like it. Honestly, I've also been playing around with the idea of maybe turning it into what are they called? Like a web series on YouTube?
Web series? Those exist.
But like, I don't have any equipment, so I would need to find people who do and would be willing to do it for free. But like, apparently they are doing so well when they pick up traction that television channels and networks are optioning them and picking them up.
Well, I think, you know what? There's no reason not to write it as a script
Yeah.
right now. But you could also write it as a novel. And so
Yeah. I think it'd be cool.
I think just start writing, and whichever like format it comes out in, that's what you can stick with for this sprint. And if next sprint you want to switch to the other format or keep going, how's that?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm going to have a little insecure moment, or a little shameless moment, insecure moment, and like write it the way I want to write it and see what happens and just go from there.
Yeah. Yep.
This will be fun.
Shanice, are you in the fourth?
I am not. I'm getting there.
Okay. I see one person in the fourth room.
Okay, now I am.
Okay. We're going to start. Me personally or Shanice? Because Shanice wants traditional publishing.
Mm-hmm.
Solely, right? You're not considering her.
I can see myself being like a self-publisher after traditional publishing. I feel like maybe.
Okay.
But I don't have the audience. I don't have the budget, and I don't have the resources to do it on my own right now.
Fair enough.
So yeah, and it's one of those things for me
Started
where
a
it would be
YouTube channel,
really,
it will help with your audience.
Huh?
I said if you started a YouTube channel, you would get an audience.
I know you keep talking to me about it.
Because you come onto my channel and everyone's like, oh my God, where's Shanice's channel? And I'm like, oh, why don't you ask her? Because I've been
a guest star. Let me just be a permanent guest star. How about that?
Okay. So I wasn't going to, because I didn't think my writing fit with it. And then Regina Duke, who was here earlier, who's someone who has been a very good supporter of my AuthorTube journey, who has read all my books, said that I would be very good for Bella. So I might in the future. And I have the story that I would put on Bella, but I haven't written it yet. So it won't be for a while because I have other things planned first. But, to maybe move that along, let's get to writing in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. How did everyone do? Sorry, my hair looks crazy for some reason.
I did pretty good. I finished that part of my book and moved on to PLL / the Heathers. It started with the line Devil in Heels.
Also, Devil Wears Prada.
Yep, she was a devil in heels. Mm-hmm.
I like that line.
Mm-hmm.
You could definitely use that for marketing. That
Really?
Yeah. Oh my God, yes. Look, if you have any questions about marketing stuff, I know everyone was saying hire Sako, and you should. But when I get really excited about my friends' books, I just come out with ideas. So if you ask me, I'll probably be like, here's a list of things that are off the top of my head.
Well, you know, you helped me so much with all of my querying. And then I go with my rewriting. And now with alpha reading. I feel like you're a one-woman writing team.
Thank you.
So
Now, maybe I could get traditional publishing to see that and give me a paycheck.
that's more than just $15 an hour.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Can't survive off of that in New York.
Can't really survive off of anything in New York unless you're like,
Hello.
you know, a senior position. But we already did a lot of political race discussion. This is just writing experience until we have fun.
I have, you want to hear some blurbs that I have?
Yes. Let me just put up the Forest Room code for the next.
Oh yeah, let me get that because you know I'm slow when it comes to the forest codes.
And also let me share the link in the chat, and then you can tell me the blurbs that you've gotten.
Tell me why I saw 5Jew and I immediately thought Jeju from Bob's Burgers.
No, I also thought that, so you're not alone.
That's when you know you watch a show way too much.
I haven't even watched the show that much. I just know people who've watched the show that much, and it's
I love
infectious.
that show. That and obviously Pretty Little Liars and Big Bang Theory are my comfort shows. Mm-hmm. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Or are we gonna look at comments? Let's see.
Oh, I think that because of the timer. Oops, sorry, I have to pause it. Yeah, when I made this timer, I apparently cut it off, but when I made the other timers, I didn't cut off the covers as much. I don't really know what happened. I guess I rarely use the 15-minute timer, so I guess I forgot to fix it. But
yeah,
we're not printing right now.
one
This
looks good.
you can see all of them.
Yeah.
I have to do the 15-minute timer. I just haven't had time because we've been using
covers
it
too.
all day. Yeah. I already made the updated timer for when the third book's cover is revealed, but it hasn't been revealed yet. So.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is
it purple?
It's blue.
Okay.
It's not the exact same color scheme as the first one, like because I have a red instead. But I love the covers. They're very different in tone, as you can tell, and they're all very similar to each other within a series. But so like theoretically, the cover reveals at this point kind of like moot because you kind of know what they look like, but it's still a fun thing to do. And there's like, I'm not paying anyone to do it. Like I'm just asking friends if they want to share. Which by
I
the way,
always get a little weary when it comes to covers, especially with like traditional publishing.
Yeah,
because
they can go wrong.
They can go wrong, and then in particular with like authors of color, they could just choose to completely ignore it and just do like a random abstract cover.
With authors of color or characters of color?
Maybe both. I feel like. And
are you talking about like The Vanishing Half by Britt Bennett?
Mm-hmm. Like an amazing book. But when I looked at the cover,
I wasn't.
It looked like an adult novel to me. Like adult contemporary.
I thought it was like literary in a way that I wouldn't enjoy reading it.
Yep. Because that's how the cover was designed. So, I don't know. Anyway, I know I don't have any say over it, so it is what it is.
Never thought I'd make it this far.
I'm on medical leave right now, so.
Oh, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you want to privately tell me. I don't want to
I
make
feel
it.
like you already know.
But I don't know that I know, so I don't want to assume something. You know what I mean?
It's related to COVID and what the state decided to do with my job.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
And my doctor was like,
No.
no.
Nah, we're not about that.
No. And I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, so to answer your question, I write in different genres. The books on the left side of the timer are young adult paranormal romance, but they're like upper young adult, maybe even new adult. But as I was writing them, they didn't feel like new adult really, except maybe the green one, because of stuff. And then the ones on the right are new adult sci-fi romance. With varying degrees of romance in each of the books. But the trilogy as a whole is squarely sci-fi romance. And I have books that are planned that are new adult thriller, a lot of new adult contemporary romance, but also books that are contemporary and will span young adult to new adult, I think. Or I might just make them all new adult and they handle really dark topics. And I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I've been thinking that over. But also historical romance I have planned, high fantasy planned, steampunk, not steam trunk. I don't know what I was about to say. Steampunk, time travel. So I got a lot of stuff in my brain. And Shanice, off the top of my head, has I now know a Heather/PLL thing, which is contemporary.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then you have the dystopian.
Yep.
And it's not fantasy. It's like just dystopian.
It's dystopian, but initially when I wrote it, it was very broken down dystopian, like Hunger Games.
Yeah.
And then I got the notes back from the agent, and it was like, okay, so we're gonna make this a dysfunctional utopia.
Yeah, I mean, but like the publishing industry still calls it like dystopian, but like the people in the publishing, how do I say this? Readership still calls it dystopian. People in the publishing industry get a little bit more granular because they have to, because that's how they can break up books that have sold and been like, oh, this flop. No, we're not going to be like that. We're going to be like this.
And it's terrifying. This agent did not tell me to rewrite the entire book. He gave me a 3-page, single-spaced
editorial
notes. Literally an editorial letter. Literally,
yeah, that's what they're called. Agents.
I sent you my notes.
You did, but I think I'm an idiot and I don't remember where I saved them.
Oh my God, they were so extensive. And I was like, is this a rejection? Like, I was sobbing. And I remember I called my mom and she was like, why don't you ask? And I was like, all right. So I emailed him back and he was like, no, rewrite it and send it back. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So essentially I had 2 options. I could take his notes and apply them to what I already had, or I could just rewrite the entire thing and make it better. And when I asked him which he preferred, he said that he couldn't make that decision. And that's when I knew. It was then that I knew that I had made.
My eyes opened up and you received a divine message. From within.
Right. But he's literally, that's when I knew that this guy is the agent of my dreams, because he lets me have autonomy with my own work. He didn't say, I want you to apply the notes to what you have because I want what you have. He didn't say, I want for you to rewrite it this way. He said, do whatever you want and I will take it however you give it to me. And if I like it, then we'll take it. And if I don't, then I'll let you know. And if we got to work on it some more, then we'll work on it some more before I sign you.
That's a good agent.
Mm-hmm. But he does not sign people. He's not a developmental agent. And by that, what I mean is he's not going to sign you.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm not going to say his name because
he's
not mine. But anybody who knows this person knows that he's not developmental.
Yeah.
He's not going to sign you if there's still more work that needs to be done. He's going to tell you what work needs to be done, and then he's going to wait for you to do it.
Yeah.
And then if more work still needs to be done, he's going to tell you more work needs to be done and wait for you to do it. And then once the work is done, if he likes it, perfect. Yes, thanks. And if he doesn't, I can't work with you, or this is not the book for me, then he will say, this is not the book for me, but I hope that in the future you think of me.
Yeah.
So, and I like that about him. So, and he's very professional about everything. I don't know why I've seen things that people have said, and personally, I don't know why y'all have a beef with him. He's actually kind of like a really cool dude.
I think there are certain people who don't like people who just get to the point. And we're very much people who are like, don't waste my time. Like, let me know, like I want to do better. And like, tell me, like, don't be wishy-washy. Don't and I think some people might be like, oh, that's too blunt. That's like too like mean. And we're like, no, that's feedback.
I need that. Yeah.
That's called feedback, necessary feedback from someone in the industry. But I just quickly want to answer this. So sci-fi romance is like romance that has some sci-fi in it, but actually some of like when I'm writing, you could
Star Trek.
Yeah. Well, but then you also have things that are romantic sci-fi, which is sci-fi with romance in it. And I almost wonder if I'm writing romantic sci-fi instead of sci-fi fiction. Sci-fi romance, it's hard.
J.R. Ward does romance that is sci-fi.
Yeah.
Star Trek is sci-fi with romance.
I know. And but the thing is though, is that each of my books, where it falls on that different. So I can be like, oh, as the trilogy, I think it falls on one. But like the second book is almost like 100% in the category of romantic sci-fi instead of sci-fi romance. But the first book was it's like 80% sci-fi romance. Because
I feel like sometimes you got to set that up that way, because J.R. Ward's the same way. Like in her first book, what was it? The King? Was it The King? No. What was it? The first one of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. Was it called the Black Dagger Brotherhood?
No, I don't. Was it?
The very first one.
I know. I'm looking it up.
That one was very sci-fi, and it had like hints. And by hints, I call them
Lover.
Hints.
Dark Lover.
Yes. It had hints of romance, and I don't mean hints as in like he kissed her and that's it. Like, no, that's not it.
No.
No,
that's not it. Not with J.R. Ward.
Woo! But her, and I assume that's what her what the pronouns are. I have no idea. But her work with, as she's written further into the series, I feel like especially with The King and with a couple of other ones like Chosen, like some of those have been very romancy and very not sci-fi,
Yeah, no. None of my books go that far.
Yeah, like,
which is why I feel weird calling my books sci-fi romance, because if anything, I feel like, I feel like this is now romantic sci-fi,
Mm-hmm.
but like there isn't really a tag for that on Amazon. And people who pick up my book and get sci-fi and are reading sci-fi romance, like they're fine with it. So like the marketing isn't broken, but I'm not totally satisfied because I know it's not the perfect representation of it.
But she does sci-fi so well that. So when I first picked up her book, it was in probably about 2007, 2008. And it was the very first time I picked up her book. I'll never forget, my friend Alex told me to read it. And I had no idea what I was picking up. This was during the Twilight era. Everybody was all about Twilight. And I was like, sure, I'll read this book. I don't know what it's about. She was like, it's about vampires. And I was like, all right, sure. And, but it's not. It's so much deeper.
Which book?
Dark Lover.
Sorry. I was like, I thought you said the title again and I missed it. So, okay.
It's about vampires, but it's not. Like everything is so much deeper than just vampire. And like if anybody's thinking that there are werewolves, there are no werewolves. Like, that's not a thing. It's very dark, it's very gritty, it's amazing. I'm obsessed with it. But it's so good and it's so detailed. And then also between her name, J.R. Ward, I literally thought I was reading a man's novel. And it does not help that the main character was a man, and she does the male gaze very well.
Well, that's I feel complicated about that.
I know, but like that's again, it was like it read like a man writing through the female gaze. Does that make sense?
It does, and I'm not a fan, but okay.
But it was interesting, and then, but anytime she's written a book with where the woman was the main character, it was very female gaze.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting tactic, I think, that she used.
Yeah.
It was a very interesting choice. I don't feel one way or another about it. I think the reason why I'm obsessed with the books in general is just because of the choices that she made regarding her writing and the world building.
No, I'm not saying that it's not a good book. I just feel like, why do we have to continue making anything with the male gaze or female?
No, 100%.
That's what I meant. Like I'm
but I think what I mean by that is that she shattered the romance, every single romance novel trope.
Okay.
So the Fabio, gone. The horse and save me, I'm a damsel, gone.
Yeah. I mean, I play around with those. Like I don't completely buck that tradition, but I do kind of like the girl gets in a situation and the guy sometimes tries to save her and she's like, I was only in this mess because of you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, and I did as much work to get me out, if not more, is what I do. But like, I don't completely just.
But that's literally, if you remember, that's literally what happened in the first book.
Yeah.
She was literally in this mess because of him.
I know.
And he beats himself up because of it. He's like, it's all because of me. And then his brother's like, pull yourself together, man.
That will never not make me laugh.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's such a great, I think it's really cool how she did that. But I do think I think it's one of those things where, like, if it were me, I would have written the whole series completely differently, for sure.
Yeah.
Completely differently. And I really need to get rid of that baby powder. I can never smell baby powder ever again.
Yeah, you might want to work on that.
After reading those books, no.
Who's laughing?
No. That's my brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know if he was still there or not.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we should start the sprint because we're gonna do this as our final 15-minute sprint, and then we'll do a 10-minute sprint, and then we'll be done. I think time. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity, everyone. that was the end of that sprint. I realized I never put up the sprint timer. I kept saying sprinting soon, so whoopsie. Oops. The forest room code. The
Just
final.
realized I have no idea how to start this.
Aw, well, you just go for it.
They're so good.
Just go for it.
I know.
Just write what comes to you. It doesn't have to be in chronological order. I mean, I do, but you know, I'm not saying emulate me.
No, right now I am trying to just like plan out like at least the first 4 chapters a little better than what I have.
Gotcha.
Because once I know where they're going, then it's a lot easier for me to just pick it up and just get to go in with it. So
Yes, that makes sense.
yeah. Oh.
Okay. Let's see. People were talking about like wanting to learn how to write romance, so people were being like,
right
"Oh,
up your
I should
alley."
read Zara's books," and I'm like, "Okay,
Yeah.
well, the ones on the right are pretty steamy, and the ones on the left are more tame, but they're not tame either." So
That's right up
I
your alley. I
remember
can't do
during
it.
the first one, my mom was like, "Can you like tone this down?" And I was like, "No, not really."
Yeah, no, people ask me why my characters don't do the things that they probably should do, and I'm like, 'cause no. Like, it's weird for me, I feel like, to go from characters who have hated each other for so long to like now they're just rolling around in bed. Like, it's just weird for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, the ones in this trilogy, there are only 2 books out. I'm still working on 3. I'm working on it as hard as I can. It's like they're attracted and hate each other like at the same time. It's not like, oh, like there was never an attraction. So like, where is this coming from? Oh, it's called like plot. You know, it's like it has to happen, so it got shoehorned in there. No, that's not what happens. It's like she doesn't even necessarily hate him, although she kind of thinks she does because, you know, she got kidnapped on his order. So like, you know, like, and he's like, well, I didn't personally do it. It's like, that doesn't matter.
It's such a guy thing to say.
Yeah.
I'm not the one who did it. Did you ask for it to be done?
But yeah, so
I feel like that's something that he would say. Like, I didn't do it. You should still love me.
Yeah, no, I mean he proves himself. It's not just like, oh, the plot needs her to like eventually forgive him. No, like he does stuff that like
I couldn't be a character in a romance novel because I'd be like, sir.
No, you would be the best friend who would be like to the girl who's like, you're better than this. You don't need him. Or you would be like, okay, fine. If you're really hung up on him, make him grovel and make him prove that he is never, ever, 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 ever gonna mess up again.
I would legit be like, you know what? Is it physical or not? Because if it's physical, we can get over that. Like, there are ways to get over that.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like these are actual conversations that I have with my friends, though.
Yeah. I've had them with friends, too. Where?
I'm sitting here looking at my tree, and it is slowly dying. And it's so sad. Look at him.
Oh. Can you bring him back to life? Like, what if you cut off one of the branches and replant it?
I'm gonna call the nursery where I got them from because they have like a FaceTime thing where you can call them. You can even bring them in and they'll like troubleshoot what's going on and keep them for a few days and bring them back. So I'm gonna call them and be like, I don't know what the heck is happening. Because I did what they told me to do. They were like, keep him out of direct sunlight. There is no sunlight in my apartment. I've got a light on. You want to see what it looks like with the light off?
Sure.
Literally, that's the light off. This is no sunlight. You can't see a thing. I mean, you can see a thing, but like not a thing.
But it's not sunlight.
Right. It's like overcast.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, this is not in direct sunlight. So why does it look like this? So then I was like, I'm going to put him in direct sunlight, opposite of what they said. And then his little leaves started to turn brown from the sunburn. And and he's not dead because he's a tree. So like I like peeled back a little piece of his bark and the inside of his bark is still green.
I would
So
just
he's not
them.
dead. Maybe he's going into hibernation like it's winter.
I don't know. I would just contact them. We do need to start the next sprint though, or we're gonna run out of time. So
Oh yeah, because I gotta be gone at 5.
Me too. So
Ready when you are, Freddie.
I'm just gonna promote my Ko-fi page where people can buy my books, or just leave me like a little $1 tip to be like, hey, I like what you do. Not necessary. You could also just follow me there because I'm basically using it in place of Instagram because Instagram now hates me for no reason and doesn't work for me anymore. So, okay, in 3, 2, 1. Oh nope, wrong thing. In 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. Okay. How did everyone do? That was the final sprint. I have written 642 words today. My pace kind of slowed down after that really long race discussion. But I think I'll be able to reach my word count goal for the day later after my appointment at 5, which is very soon. So how'd you do?
I got to the catalyst.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, the catalyst isn't too hard. Somebody's found dead. So
that's good. I mean, not good for the person who died, but
yeah,
good for the story.
I feel like I kill a lot of people in my books.
You do.
I do.
It's okay.
Yeah, nobody should get attached to anybody when I write.
I will know that when I read this book. I already kind of know about the other one, so but yeah.
Yeah. So,
but I like authors like that. I'm just not really that author. I mean, I definitely wasn't that author in my first trilogy, and I'm starting to move more that way. Like, there's one story where people are going to be dying left and right because the main character is an assassin. But
oh my God.
Other than that, I can't go into a story and be like, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of death here.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. I don't know. I think this will be interesting. I'm trying to figure out how to start it. I was playing around with the idea of Mona meets Heather.
Okay.
No. Heather? No. Heather? No, not Heather. What's her name?
Oh, Mona meets Allie.
No.
No, you're Hannah.
No, so Mona.
Are we talking PLL or are we talking your character names?
My character. So I'm
okay. Thinking, then I do not know.
Yeah, so I'm thinking. So my initial thought when I so let me tell you how I came up with this idea. I was watching Pretty Little Liars one day in one of my very depressive states, and I needed my comfort television show, and I was sitting there asking the question, how does a Mona become a Mona?
Yeah.
And
she got bullied all the time.
Mm-hmm. But it's deeper than that.
No, of course it is. And that's why.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
And I was thinking, how does Allie become an Allie?
Yeah.
And what if Allie doesn't like Mona because Mona reminds her of herself?
Probably. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
It is 4:59, so I want to hear this.
Oh my God.
Well, neither of us have time, so
you can text you the rest.
Yeah, text me. I hope everyone had a good time. Thank you so much for being here, and I will be live streaming tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time on my Twitch channel, which is twitch.tv/Zara Hoffman. So I hope to see you there, and I will also be sprinting back on my channel on Sunday. So Twitch tomorrow 9 a.m. Twitch Friday 9 a.m. Sunday here, and I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. Bye.